Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello there, everyone. Welcome on in, welcome back to day 42. 2 days left, including today. Day 43, i.e. tomorrow, is going to be the last day of Gamesfest. Can you believe it? Can't you believe it? Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. It's just me for now. Maya will be with us a little bit later. That's the plan. Lily Dryad, hi. How are you? I'm doing all right, thanks. All the better for seeing your message in chat there. Ted Meister, same to you. Morning, morning. And Unamtab, good afternoon. Moose, hello. Guns N' Raiders, hello. Hello, everyone. Can't believe it's only 11 o'clock. One thing that this Gamesfest has done brilliantly, actually, is force me to do a little bit more with my time. It does mean I'm half-arsing a few things here and there. You know, things that would normally take me 20 minutes, I don't have. So I give them 6 minutes, you know. But, yeah, just a symptom of being a little bit busier. I'm not going to miss it, but it's not without its... It's not without its silver linings, let's put it that way. Endeavors are easy today? Oh, let's have a look, I haven't even looked. That's easy, that's easy. Yeah, pretty good. Not the easiest, I guess, but I'm not going to complain. Certainly not. Anoxero, hello, hello. Happy Friday, everyone. It is indeed the day of Fry. Hell yeah. Doesn't matter how long I work for myself or work from home, or have a job where the weekend is meaningless. It just feels good. Always feels good when Friday rolls around. It's become inherent. Hope everyone has had a good week. And if you haven't, that today is going to be the start of a great weekend. Either way. Hello, hello. Writhing War starting on Monday. So we've got party stream tomorrow. It's going to be a big one. Looking forward to that. Hope you guys are ready. Definitely go shopping for a couple of beers today if you haven't already. Make sure you are prepped and provisioned. Should be fun. We're going to talk a lot of shit. We're going to have a lot of fun. And, yeah. The day after that, Sunday, I think we probably are going to stream. Haven't quite decided yet, but there's so much coming up. We will at the very least want to start hyping up the raid train, which starts on Monday. It begins with Bislobo, then it's over here on Ninja Pulls for a couple of hours, and then we throw it to Pain in the Axe for his rave stream. In fact, let me go show you this. I don't know if this has been posted yet. Dun dun dun. I may have made some stuff. Some more stuff for the raid train. This is what Maya's keeping me busy with. In the occasional, like, spare moment between streams. So this is the latest one. Monday the 13th, 8 PM BST. So 9 PM for a lot of you guys on the mainland. 3 PM Eastern time, and I guess, well, that make it midday West Coast US. Super ready. Awesome. Awesome, Lily Drad. High five. So yeah, that's gonna be, if you haven't been to one of Pain in the Axe's sets before, you know, he's a DJ in real life. He's that guy. He's that Californian who DJs in his spare time. He gets paid to do it as well. He does like some fairly big club gigs and stuff. And he loves to DJ on Twitch and in ESO. So we'll do these club nights in a house. We're doing it a little bit differently this time. It's not going to be in a house. It's going to be by the wall. Many of you were there helping us prep for it. So that's one. And I also made one of these. Just a bit more info as to how to get there, how to take part. And also on Monday, so just before this happens, we are going to be doing this. So this is here on this channel, Ninja Polls, Monday the 13th of October. So this coming Monday at 6 o'clock UK time, 7 o'clock for you guys, or for mainland Europe, 1 o'clock East Coast states, and I guess 10 in the morning for the Californians. So you got to hand it to Payne. He's going to be... Because he's in California, I'm pretty sure. So he's going to be kicking off at midday with a DJ set and some drinks. Awesome. I can't wait for it. But yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to that. And that is just day one. I shit you not, this is going to be a really, really big thing. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of love for Maya today, tomorrow, over the coming days, the coming weeks, really, for all of the work she's put into this. These events are so cool. She doesn't get paid. She doesn't need to get paid. But we got to do something. We got to at least tell her that this shit is awesome and we love her and appreciate it, all the hard work, and wanted to keep it up. And if I don't know, I've got my fingers crossed for this time, because one of the things about 10 Fest that wasn't perhaps amazing, it was amazing in every other way, but one of the ways in which it wasn't like the success that it could have been was that ZOS were not able to give us any special drops. Maya was talking to Gina for like a year. I don't think Gina was able to make that happen. But she has, as far as I can tell, been on the case with... I think she wants to update ZOS's policy and practices towards Twitch drops and Twitch campaigns more than anyone else. Seems to be one of the areas she's really focused on. But she's got like a million things to do. Poor Gina. But yeah, this time around, we do have special drops on Monday. They're not just for the raid train, of course, they're for everyone. But obviously the raid train and that's not a coincidence, the fact that it's all kicking off at the same time. Yeah, I know, it will be a fun DJ set. I like his music. Always makes good choices, yeah. And he's very modest, but occasionally he'll put on a mix that he has done himself. Sometimes he won't tell us until afterwards. Oh, that was one of mine. They're always really good. So yeah, if I can plant the seed there in your minds, guys. Tomorrow, during the party stream, let Maya know. What all this stuff that she's doing is worth it. People appreciate it. People don't want her to stop. Honestly, that's enough. We will figure out the financial side of the equation. Like we've said, it is beginning to look viable with sponsors and whatnot. Yeah, I agree with Maya. Easter drops are useless. I mean, everyone's saying this, and Gina's heard it from every angle, and she would never use that word, but she pretty much agrees. They could be doing a lot more. The thing is, a lot of games that have been released in the last, I don't know, 5 years or so, they have integration with Twitch or with external sources of drops and stuff like that. It's much more baked into the game, and they have systems in place to support that in the back end. ESO didn't really have that. If you think of when it was launched, yeah, Twitch was a thing, but not. It wasn't matured the way it has now. So yeah, without changing things under the bonnet, and I don't know if they're going to do that, but there is a limit to what they can achieve, which is a shame. It would be nice, wouldn't it, if the only impediment was your imagination. You know, if we can conceive of a cool drops campaign, we have the tech on the back end to do it. Most, well, I sort of agree. I've made like 16 100 to 2,000 gems or something just from Twitch crates. Yeah, it's not the worst, but it's certainly not the best. And I think particularly Funcom and the release of Dune Awakening, which is perhaps not a complete competitor to ESO, but it's certainly in the same area, right? That showed a lot of people, and I think it also showed Zos and other studios who were perhaps not completely up to speed on... These are some of the cool things you can do with Twitch. This is how you do it. Because their drops campaigns were really, really well thought out. And they'd have multiple campaigns that like intersected with one another and were sort of an organic continuation. So if you attended one drop campaign, and then the next one, you'd get things that went together. You know, like I talked about, that you get a chest piece, a leg piece, and gradually over 6 months you can build up an outfit. I think that's fine for Zos to do that. I'm sure there is such a thing as drops fatigue, but I mean, they're so far away from that. I think they can... Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do. But at the very least, for the Writhing Wall, that's the thing that they're doing, which is very, very cool. And I don't know if you guys saw that article in Forbes with Mike Finnegan, the interview with Mike Finnegan. He was talking about how the Writhing Wall is, to some extent, typical of the type of content they're going to do going forward. Much more... Every month there is something to do. Or at least every quarter. There is a reason to be in the game. There's something cool happening that involves everyone. And I know, like honestly, compared to Guild Wars 2, ESO Twitch drops are so boring. Always XP scrolls, crates. Crates are just 4 gems at this. Yeah. And the main issue I feel is that they can't be bothered to make a set of cosmetics just for drops. I don't know what the issue is, but yeah, I'm puzzled as to why that doesn't happen more often. What? They have such an amazing team working on the cosmetics of this game. They're really, really good. Look at this, where is it? Look at the new... You guys have all seen this already, but... Like, look at that. That's genuinely fun. And we should do it from over here, so we can actually see the face. But that is cool as fuck. That one is horrendous. Some of the cosmetics have been horrendous. Oh, you don't like that one? Ah, most people love it.
Greetings.
But anyway, the point is, yeah, I'm sure these things aren't incredibly cheap to do, but I don't know, you can always do that thing where if the team is working on maybe not a seasonal thing like that, but say a skill style in a funky color. It doesn't have to be no new sound effects, no new vis effects. It's literally just a yellow beam, or a red beam, or a slightly different shade of blue, whatever. There are so many options now, and yeah, you don't want to overwhelm your players. But I think, especially with free stuff, no one in their right mind is going to complain, and they have no right to. Can't, my poor eyes. Not doubting their skills, I just want them to tone down the lasers. Oh, I see. Yeah, but not everyone has that problem. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Lily Dryad bought the skill star with the pumpkin yesterday. Yeah, I couldn't. I blew all my crowns earlier this year, so I'm sitting on nothing. But I'll get it with gold. I have lots of gold. Or I could just buy crowns. I used to buy quite a lot of crowns. I stopped doing it a while back because I realized I can easily just buy everything with gold. So why not save the money and buy, I don't know, alcohol? Something fun. Buy a new game every few months instead. But yeah, point is, they know how to make cosmetics. And it wouldn't have to be the most fancy stuff for it to work. Especially given what we're saying, you know, almost anything is better than what we've got at the moment, which is just crates and XP scrolls that most of us don't even need anymore. We literally can't use them because we're approaching the CP cap. Can't my poor eyes. Moose, I will keep complaining about the random pets from drops. Because you have too many pets? Yeah, but you know, a sincere complaint that's actually well-founded is what I'm talking about. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Going back to the article with Finn. Let me actually bring it up real quick. We won't read the whole thing. Here we go. Why is it doing this? Just give me a sec. Yeah, so it's a strangely gushy article, I'm not gonna lie. It is very gushy. It's almost like a puff piece or a sales pitch. But, yeah, where did it say? Yeah. So this is Mike Finnegan himself. Players would often feel like this, talking about the old business model, the current thing that we're in, that we're just finishing this year. Players would often feel like they were just waiting for the next big thing, Finnegan said, noting it would leave gaps in momentum. By contrast, the new seasonal cadence delivers a steady stream content every few months, giving players reasons to return regularly and keep playing the game world, blah, 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 blah. And Finn says, we wanted to create something where the entire player base felt like they were pushing in the same direction, not just isolated groups running the same content in parallel. That's true. And there are parts of this event that will no longer be playable once it's over. Finnegan estimates it will take about a month. This is what he said to us as well. We're okay with some things being missable. So many people are predicting, betting big on the... Of course they'll bring it back. They'll just make it paid or whatever. But, yeah, that's part of what makes live events feel alive. You have to be there. But at the same time, we don't want people to feel punished for not logging in every single day. So the Writhing Wall event will be around for a month. There's a big window to participate. And then, yeah, it says, this is a test of what's possible under the new seasonal framework. Rather than being buried inside a once-a-year expansion, it becomes the focal point of a live moment players can rally around. And Finnegan says this is the kind of content that couldn't really exist in our old model, but in a seasonal format is space to breathe. Where's the bit? Yeah, here we go. This is where I thought it got interesting. With the seasonal model, we're giving the community a more consistent rhythm. Because they haven't made that clear, have they? They haven't said much or anything about their release schedule coming up. No, it's not a puff piece. It's a puff piece would be something that Zos paid for, or that's in the journalist's interests to, you know, to big them up or something. So, you know, something insincere. It's not that. It's just, it's not particularly hard hitting. And just sort of takes a lot of their claims at face value. I'm not interested in that particularly. It was the quotes from Finn, which are more direct than, disappointingly, more direct than some of the things they've said to us, the players. I hope events like this don't become the norm. Definitely not the norm, but I was thinking maybe once every couple of years or once a year. But I don't think... I think if there's a lesson to be learned here, it's that having a formula for content creation and it's not a good way to go. It's inherently slightly disappointing. So if they did do another Writhing Wall style event, it would probably be quite different. And that's the point. The new seasonal framework is designed to deliver a more consistent rhythm. With the new model, we're giving the community more consistent rhythm. Every few months there's something fresh. It allows us to maintain momentum and keep the game world feeling alive throughout the year. It's kind of interesting they compare it to Fortnite and Destiny 2 from a business model standpoint. Yeah, and if the war succeeds, it may become more than just a one-off. Yeah, it's not the most amazingly constructed article. It feels a little bit rushed. Like quotes are somewhat repeated or paraphrased. Future seasons could feature evolving world states, cooperative milestones, and even more ambitious technical undertakings that allow the community to feel as if their actions truly matter in Tamriel. Yeah. I thought that was just a couple of lines. We shouldn't read too much into them, but a couple of those lines just popped out for me. I wanted to share that with you guys so you don't have to look up the whole thing. If you just Google Forbes Writhing Wall, you'll find the whole article. And Finnegan has done a bunch of interviews. That's the way these things go, right? So there'll be 5 or 6 more appearing in various places. But yeah, I don't know. When I was looking at that, a couple of those things just jumped out at me. But Lord, their communication is just really bad. I think this year, that's pretty much fair. I feel like I've understood everything pretty well, but I'm really paying attention. And I have the ability to DM a couple of these people, not regularly, that would piss them off, but if something is unclear, I'm sort of first in line to be able to ask things. So I don't think my experience is a good yardstick. And I think you're right. In previous years, they've definitely done better. They had a couple of bad years of communication. And was it 2023? Got a little bit better. Just looking out for things that I shouldn't decon. Maybe that might be worth keeping. So the new system is actually the old system. We had 4 updates each year before they cut stuff. But that's not the new system. I think the new system is not what we're seeing this year. And that's why the article interested me, you know, because he's lifting the lid a little bit on what we might get next year. They've told us so little about that. In a way which is a little bit frustrating. I don't know, people have a relationship with this game which is a little bit different from... I think it's a little bit more of a nerdy community. And I mean that in a good way. So we will have we will tend to read a lot into... I mean, I guess gamers do this everywhere and anywhere. But we will read a lot into sort of a flip comment by Rich Lambert made at the ESO Tavern, or a thing that he says off the cuff in a podcast, and so they allow these like silly mistakes and slip-ups to happen, and the rumor mill goes crazy, but they don't do any of their own manufactured rumor mongering. I don't know, I feel like they should talk to someone at Valve. on how to sort of just throw a little something out there that gets people excited. But you don't have to clarify, you don't have to commit. But instead, the only versions of that we get are these genuine leaks or slip-ups or badly worded statements that throw everyone into a frenzy, you know? And Zdenya, hello there. Most, they did say this year is a transitional phase. Yeah. It's the old model, but with the new payment model, sort of. So it's a bit of a weird one, yeah. Since they've already been working on stuff, I assume next year will look a little different. They've repeated that several times, so it better look different. But different isn't necessarily exciting. It's intriguing. But other than Gina saying, we've got some big things we're working on, and I think Gilliam repeating that in the patch notes, there's not been much of a whiff of, hey guys, we can't really talk about it, but check this. Check this out. Next year, ... I don't know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. I'm with you, Belorda, on the communication thing. Hasn't been great this year, but the team has moved around a bit as well. They've had a new product to pitch and all that stuff. Moose, I just want my 4 dungeons. Don't care what else they do. And Sevi, hey, how you doing? Happy Friday. I feel like they've made a concentrated effort to increase communication, but it doesn't. So far, it doesn't seem like they've actually acted on any of it. Yeah, yeah, maybe you're right. It's not that the avenues for communication are, because that's one of the things that they shaked up. You know, putting systems and processes in place to make sure that messages reach the players via Reddit, Twitter, the official website, in-game announcements, Twitch streams, all of that stuff. And they... I once had a conversation with one of the devs about this. About, it's just a nightmare. Trying to make sure messages reach everyone. Because people would bitch, I didn't even know this was happening, stupid Zos. And yet it's been on the website, it's been on the forums, it's been tweeted, it's... Yeah. But unless you can, like, grab them by their head and rub their noses in it, they will somehow miss it. Tell you have the guild summit, but nothing actually came of it. Yeah, the guild summit was weird. For me, that was, it was a very positive experience, but mostly because I was just impressed to see Rich Lambert standing up there talking off the cuff. You know, he had a little scripted speech that he gave us, but then he spent like 40 minutes just batting away question after question and brilliantly explaining, no, this is how game development works. Not in a patronizing way, but in a way which is like, there were a lot of questions that he asked which made me cringe. I was like, this person, it's okay that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, but then you shouldn't be speaking up. You should be quiet and let the people with actual relevant questions and context use this valuable time. That was sort of my attitude. But yeah, you're right. Nothing really came of it. It was more that they were just giving us a heads up. Hey, we're working on lots of fun things. I think. That's what it felt like to me, anyway. But Lord, I mean, it's like we're getting 4 dungeons and 2 zone parts, which is the old thing. Only it's not, it's a new zone and just second half. But that's just this year. You get that, right? That this is a one-off? I'm sure you do. But I feel like I have had to push back against that so many times. So many YouTube comments. Comments in Discord. Occasionally comments here on Twitch and people saying, this year's is a fucking disgrace. They're so greedy. They're giving us a tiny, tiny zone and charging us twice as much. And it's like, A, the zone is, if anything, it's bigger than usual. And B, they're not really charging more for it. It's a tiny bit more. It's like £2 more, I think it works out, in the UK. Or something like that relative to previous years. It is a slight increase, and I'm not sure why they did that. Especially in a year where people are struggling to understand. Just make it cheaper. Maybe. But yeah, I'm not in marketing and all that stuff. They have a guild search on their DC server now. So the closest we had was the Dark Brotherhood tease. Yeah, exactly. Which tells us nothing. Like, I don't really care that it's the Dark Brotherhood. I think what I'm interested in is the type of content. If you tell us something about, hey, we're making more, we're going to spend more time with a smaller amount of characters, make more room for character development, then I'm intrigued. And that's not a juicy tease for a lot of people, but yeah, I got my fingers crossed for them. I don't want them to come January and just announce a bunch of things that make us think, really? Is that it? Because this year has not been a bad year. There have just been a couple of disappointing things, really. I would highlight the trial. You know? Not the best, but neither was Sanity's Edge. I think Ossian Cage is still more interesting than Sanity's Edge in a lot of ways. It's just a bit long, but what was the other thing? The update 46 not being ready, and then us having to now wait. That's just, it's not really a problem for anyone playing the game and being objective about it, but it doesn't feel good to know that they rushed something out and now we have to sort of sit with it and live with it until they... You know, you don't go to the cinema and they start the movie, maybe it's an old school cinema with a projector, and they start the film and then say, yeah, we know it's not properly calibrated, but don't worry, we'll have it fixed within the first 25 minutes. You know, by the time the love scene happens, it'll be all sorted. And you don't want to have to sit through something which you know is a slightly subpar experience. It's not a very good analogy at all, but it's kind of what it feels like. Those are the two things, the trial and the update 46 aftermath. And neither of them are that big a deal. I think the main problem is the communication. It's been quite wishy-washy. They weren't... I think they could have been a lot more Apple about it, you know? Hey, this is great, we got this... And absolutely just nail down what it is. You just have a really choreographed preview stream where they absolutely nail down, this is the content pass, this is how it shakes out financially. Whereas instead they seem like they're a little bit embarrassed and awkward about it. Like, we don't really want to tell you how much it costs, so go to the website and see. We don't want to make it clear how big the zone is. We don't want to talk about that the zone is being split in half. I don't know. But that's a recurring sort of deja vu sense that I've had throughout the year. And most pointedly in that last Update 48 preview stream. There was nothing bad announced in the stream. It was just, there was a sort of a general lack of enthusiasm, a lack of clarity, and a lack of combat changes. But, you know, if they'd been clearer about this and hadn't left it to Gina to sort of say, oh, and by the way, if you're expecting combat changes and other stuff, we've got big things coming in 2026, but for now, not so much. Like, that should have been... They should have been heading that off at the pass, like, immediately. That's number one on the list for me. There's many things they could put in a short sentence or two on the start screen. They rarely do that. And maybe we're dreaming here. Maybe if you're a developer, you try to do these things, you do a really... You spend a huge amount of time, which equals money at the end of the day, on a much more, shall we say, polished, choreographed, very, very sort of manicured presentation. And people still get the wrong fucking idea and they bitch on Twitter or on the forums or whatever. And you just think, well, what's the point? What's the point? And people who didn't actually catch the stream, they see the dummies who got it wrong. They see those posts on the forums and they believe those, not the devs. So there's probably an element of that as well, that they're just like, well, what's the point? If we make all this effort, we'll waste a lot of money, we'll spend a lot of money. Some players might not like that. Oh, if they spent half as much on fixing the game as they do on their on the studio for their reveal. I don't know. These are all things I can imagine going through my head if I were at the studio, thinking about how to roll out one of these things. And like I said, I'm not a marketing guy. So, yeah. Yeah, Tebby, what are you talking about? It was totally useful that we had 17 questions about capes. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing. But a lot of them were just dumb as well. Things like, if you know the first thing, if you've ever listened to anything the devs have said before, or if you just bother to try to understand, or just think about the very first principles of game development, you will immediately see that that is a dumb thing to ask for. My favorite example of this is, it's kind of tragic. It's heartbreaking. It was when Peter Jackson was making The Hobbit. He went to Comic-Con, he did that announcement that they were splitting the second movie into two. And everyone kind of did an eye roll, like, oh, well, money grab. But there was some guy who'd come from Brazil. I think it was Brazil. And the mic went to him. They had like 20 questions from people in the audience. And he wasted half of his time with the microphone saying, "Hello, I'm from Brazil. I spent all my money to come up here and talk to you and wait in line." And, you know, he did this whole preamble about how he'd blown all his life savings to come and ask Peter Jackson this one question. And he'd waited in line all day, missed all of Comic-Con, just so he could be there on the mic to ask, when are you going to make the Silmarillion? If he'd spent 2 fucking seconds on Wikipedia, he could have saved himself all that money and time, or at least gone to Comic-Con and just enjoyed himself, because he would have known the Silmarillion rights have never been for sale and never will be. And this has been, like, it's been brought up a million times, and the guy just didn't bother. And I get to deal with this all the time, but my time isn't that important, I guess. I choose to run a guild and be a content creator in this game. So I don't tell people to go fuck off when they ask me a question that could have taken them 5 seconds on Google, but instead they take 10, 15 minutes of my time. I don't tell people to get lost. I'm fine with it. But I don't know. I think if you're if you're on a panel at Comic-Con, or if you're Rich Lambert, the creative director as he then was, who's taken time out of his busy schedule to do this Guild Summit and prep for it, I don't know. I think it feels bad to see people show up with such pig-ignorant questions. It really, yeah, Tebby, it really burned my toast seeing all this. I was like, I felt bad for me, because I wanted to hear Rich give answers to meaningful, interesting, urgent, real questions. Not waffly bullshit that is never going to happen. Bard class, capes. Give me a fucking break. And all these things which are simply not possible to do in the game. But yeah, moan over. Oh, it's more like £9 more in the UK. I don't know why it's more. This is my point. I have no idea why they did that. The pricing was odd to me. I think that and the trial and the communication, the lack of clarity, are all big reasons why a lot of people didn't buy it. So they're not asking for Ossian Cage because they don't own it. And the sets were all very undertuned. So, of course, you don't want people to buy the new trial just because they think they need the sets. That's not great. So, you know, kudos to us for not doing that. But they could have made them a little bit more useful. And I don't think we all would have complained that it was paid to win, you know? Yeah, but Lord, I do know it's just for this year. But when they changed to 3 updates, they said they did it to have more time for beta and other stuff. Now they're going up to 4 updates. To be fair, they've never said that. They've never said we're getting 4 every year. In fact, they said the opposite. They've said some years we will get 4 smaller ones. Some years we will get 2 larger ones. The idea is they can do whatever the hell they want. I would imagine we will get 4 updates in 26, just because it'll be easier to communicate. It's just Fourth and back with their decisions. Also, the fucked up Vengeance testing, saying its performance when the testing. The communication on that is also an issue. Yeah. Make it clear. Are you still doing a performance test, or are you beginning to look at, is this future of Cyrodiil potentially taking shape? And yeah, they don't have the answer to that question. but they could give us more. And I think keeping stum on it isn't a smart move, because players are talking about it either way, aren't they? And so, but the major issue is that if you were already paying for ESO Plus, yeah, you're paying £9 more for the exact same. Exactly, yeah. And that's surmountable. Inflation is also a thing. You know, games keep getting more and more expensive to make, and player demands keep getting higher and higher, but we want to pay the same. We bitch like crazy whenever the cost of games go up. It's insane. It costs something like, to make, say, a Half-Life 2, or a Dragon Age Origins, or a Mass Effect. I don't know. And this is from an interview with one of the guys at CD Projekt. He said it costs 15 to 20 times as much money to make a game like that now. And players don't even want to pay 10% more or 20% more. We don't want to do it. Like, you want to make a big, state-of-the-art game, he was saying up to 20 times as much as it used to cost. It is an unbelievable amount of money. And players do not want to pay for that. But they do want all the new features. They want the games to be huge and time-consuming. Well, not always. Not always, I guess. Sometimes we prefer a more condensed quality experience. That's the thing. But there's a sense... even if players say they don't want something, we tend to reward games that have a live service element. We tend to reward them financially and very, very richly. And what else? We also complain that games aren't innovative enough, and yet there is this weird condition where they cost 20 times more to make, but they can't really charge as much more for them. Well, that leads to risk aversion. You're not going to take risks with your games if they cost that much to develop and they might be a flop. The risk of it not being a financial success and you having to lay off half your studio or whatever is much greater than it used to be, arguably. So yeah, again, not an expert, but just relaying the opinions of someone, or the words of someone who is an expert. And now, Pilis, is it worth to start the game? That is a very, very big question. What kind of games do you like? If you like the Elder Scrolls, yeah. There is an enormous amount to do in this game. It's really good, yeah. And most, yeah, you're right. Dungeons have been excellent. Don't know why Trials aren't as fun. And LeBro, hello. Yeah, and Moose says, yes. Kinda gotta remember the average human is dumb as fuck. I disagree. I don't think humans are inherently stupid. I think humans are inherently ignorant, and we need to be taught that from a young age. And I include myself. I don't think it was made clear to me growing up that I was capable but lacking in information and context. I don't feel like at any point in my education was that point really hammered home. And it's like one of the most important things you can learn in every regard. It doesn't just make you a more effective contributor to society, or better at debating, better at winning arguments, you know, better at understanding the news and understanding why you shouldn't vote for that person who is promising free sex for everyone and things that are too good to be true. You know, it's not just important for all this stuff. It makes you happier. It makes you more effective, probably more successful in just about every way. Or it certainly better equips you for pretty much every aspect of your existence. So it is, I think it's not that humans are stupid or incapable. It's that we are ignorant as hell, and we need to do something about that ourselves. And if we think we're dumb, or if we think we're smart, we are missing the real point, which is that we always need more information. Or we should always be trying to give ourselves better information or more information. You know what I mean? Is that a fair distinction? But yeah, I realize when you're saying dumb AF, you're not making a, you know, you're not making an etch it on my tombstone style quote there. Humble Order saying, yeah, what do you expect from a game? Exactly. Welcome on in, Erin. I ordered Silmarillion Collector's Edition recently, and I'm getting it on Sunday. Very nice. Lord of the Rings is my movie tonight, look, bro. Which one? Which is the best of those 3 movies? I really want to say The Two Towers, but I think it's got to be The Fellowship. The Fellowship just has an arc to it, which is really nice. Even though the end is a little bit awkward. Return of the King is just a mess. Too many endings. It's all a bit too epic. I don't think it's a failure. The book is very much like that, and if they'd skipped any of that stuff, yeah, you've got problems. But that was the least filmable of the 3 movies, I think, of the 3 books. So for me, I think it's a toss-up between Two Towers and Fellowship of the Ring. But I think Fellowship gets it, just in terms of what is a better movie. Not necessarily my favorite. Because let's face it, you want to watch them all. Back to back, right? And Aaron, yeah, I agree. Capes are impossible to implement after seeing how tabards are implemented. I am no dum-dum, I am the smart. Moose, we keep paying more though, but game prices haven't followed normal inflation. Thank his noodly appendages. Yeah, so they have begun to go up. And every now and again, when I see like 80 quid for a game, I'm thinking, what? That is not what games should cost. But even though I know what this guy from CD Projekt was saying, the studio has probably spent many, many magnitudes more money on this thing. So yeah, they have every right, commercially, to increase the price by a little bit, or by a lot. But yeah, it somehow doesn't seem right, does it? And Erin, I've heard from internal sources that ZOS are bringing kill streaks in Vengeance 4.0. UAV on 3 kills, airstrike on 5 kills, helicopter on 10, and a tactical nuke on 25 kills. And Krumchuk, or Krumchik? Welcome on in. Krumchik, I would guess. Alina Avira, sorry I'm late. I was engrossed in the demo for Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. Funnily enough, Lena, I was just looking at that last night. You're a fan then? I don't like the word Olden. It always seemed like the kind of thing a kid in primary school would say when they meant old or ancient. Yeah, I was never convinced it was a real word. There's a band I like very much called Borknagar, and one of their first albums, I think it might be their very first album, was called The Olden Domain, and it's always bothered me. I've no idea. I'm probably wrong. I'm sure Olden is a word, but do you know what I mean? It seems like something a 5-year-old would say when they meant ancient or something like that. And do not mind me. Important thing to remember is a politician is just one person. Can be as mistaken as any other person. Yeah. And even if they're not mistaken, they lie. Because it's generally not in their interest to tell the truth. And we know enough stories, real and fictional, you know, stories being told in pop culture about politicians to see, you know, the road being paved with good intentions. And I'm thinking, for example, of Tommy Carcetti from The Wire. You know, he's not a fool, he's not naive, but he genuinely wants to be a good guy. What happens as soon as he gets into office? The corruption of his predecessors and all the problems of the city and the shifting sands he finds himself on means he can't do anything unless he immediately breaks every ethical code he has. And he will never achieve a damn thing. Now, The Wire is not real life. You know, it's a heightened version of that, but yeah, we're surrounded by parables of this. You're absolutely right, Donut. Don't buy into the idea they're somehow more knowledgeable than us plebs. Absolutely not. And they ought to be, you know, because they ought to be briefed, But then it's not them. They're surrounded by civil servants whose job it is to do this. My sister used to be one of those people. She now writes legislation for the German government, but when she was still living in the UK, she would brief politicians on what they needed to know before going into a meeting or whatever. That was part of the stuff she would do. And I still think she's done it at the European Commission. She was telling me how she met Yulia Tymoshenko. I may have talked about this on stream already. Last time I was hanging out with my sister, she told me this story. I don't know how Yulia Tymoshenko came up. The former president of Ukraine. You know, the one with the excellent hair.
I was beginning to think this fight was hopeless. With the great shackle destroyed.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny story. And Crumchick, do you think ESO is a good game to play as a solo player, but without ESO Plus? Maybe buying DLC now and then? Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, the game really does shine if you are prepared to group up with other people. Like, it is an MMO. It's like going to a bar and drinking alone. It works, but you are missing out on, like, kind of the whole point. So I wouldn't recommend you do that, but in answer to your question directly, is this a good game to play? Yes, it is actually. By MMO standards, and I don't necessarily agree with this, because I think, even though I came to ESO as a solo player, I think the group thing has become clear to me during my years playing the game that's where there's gold in them hills, you know? That's where the real treasure is to be found. But the devs have made it very, very, very accessible for players who just want to approach everything solo and who don't want to interact with anyone else ever. And like I said, I'm not sure that's the right move or if it's the thing I would like from this game, but the game does it. So I hope that helps.
Waste my time. I know my way around various implements.
And yeah, LeBro, the Fellowship does not need a break from studying wife's orders. I like that. Erin once watched the Lord of the Rings movie and fell asleep halfway through. Not a good sign. Moose, that's how I started. About the solo thing, yeah. If that's all you're interested in, yeah, absolutely. But man, getting like Somerset DLC is insane in price. Are there any discounts? You'll be able to find a discount on the base game several times a year. And the base game, whenever you buy it, I know you already have the base game, so that might not feel good, but it will include generally everything. See, all of these expansions: Morrowind, Somerset, Elsewhere, Greymoor, Blackwood, High Isle, Necrom, Gold Road. If you were to buy the game now, that's what it contains. Generally. They all become base game a year after they release. That's not quite right. They don't become base game, but they become bundled in with new purchases of the game. And with ESO Plus. So if you're not sure, you could just try ESO Plus. They also do that as a free trial a few times a year. It's also a pretty good call. Most they keep doing discounts and all the DLC, but yeah, base game has a lot of story. Unless you're rushing through it, skipping all the dialogue, which I don't recommend. Yeah, it's more fun if you do it properly. Lena Elvira, my only game I probably shouldn't spend more time in than ESO is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I see. So yeah, you're excited. Olden is a bit shit for the title, makes me feel like I'm as old as I actually am. Ted, you're still in Grotwood? Doesn't matter how long it takes. Of course not. Enjoy it. That's the thing. Each zone, you look at how many there are, and you think, oh, well, these will be quick. But, you know, I'm fresh off the boat from all of these zones. We just redid all of them as part of Gamesfest, and man, they take a long time. And I really was skipping a lot of the dialogue. I wasn't doing any side quests at all, just the main quest beats one by one. And damn, It takes a long time. Krumchik, I mean, I'm working a lot. I have base and Morrowind, so it's a lot of stuff to do. But is it better to get ESO Plus later or stay with getting DLC alone? That's a good question. I would say stick with what you've got and just enjoy it. But if once you start running out of that content, then yeah, you'll know whether ESO Plus is worth it. If you're playing, I don't know, 8 hours a week or more, I think most people would feel like that probably starts to be worth it. But obviously it depends on your budget. You know, if you're a single adult earning quite a lot of money, but you've got no kids, you've just got rent, and that's pretty much it, then maybe ESO Plus is just nothing. It's just a drop in the ocean. But if someone's a student or they've got kids and the monthly budget is a little tighter, all that kind of thing, you know, it's hard for me to say. And you can sort of do the math on how long you would play and whether it's worth buying the entire thing or just getting Plus for a few months and then... or getting it for a month, having a look at as much content as you have time for, and then you can get a sense of, yeah, this is probably worth buying, or ESO Plus is worth me having for, let's go with 3 months or 6 months or something like that. You know, tread carefully. And I will say that ESO Plus is difficult to be without once you've got used to it. The craft bag is a huge thing. Literally. And look how much stuff I'm carrying around. There's no way I could fit that in my bank.
I have...
A likes to play catch. How's it going? Lily Dried finally got Dragon Age Origins to not randomly crash. Excellent. Oh, I should have offered to like get on voice with you or something, and I could just show you exactly what I'd done. If anyone wants to do that, by the way, if anyone has seen Knights of the Old Republic or Dragon Age Origins or any of these games that had or Fallout New Vegas, what I did to make them run really beautifully in 4K, crash-free, I'd be happy to retrace the steps, just do it on stream. That offer, or just go on a, you know, not stream it on Twitch, but hop on Discord with you sometime and just share my screen. Because there was a YouTube video for Knights of the Old Republic, by the way, which was incredibly useful. It saved me a ton of time. The guy literally was just going through the stages on screen. 14-minute video. And provided you are happy to pause it a few times along the way, it was like step by step. Perfect. But yeah, Lily Dryad, good luck. Enjoy. Very exciting. Likes to play catch. Hey Khan, hey chat. How's it going? Yeah, Krumchik, so if it's 1 hour a day, yeah, then that's 7 hours a week. Wouldn't it be? I'd say that's probably enough, if it's a thing that you keep coming back to, but... yeah, don't get ESO Plus until you need it. Or until you feel like, I should check this out. And, yeah, if you come by Twitch semi-regularly, or if you just keep an eye on the game, you'll see it come up right here. When you log in, it gives you all these messages at the start. ESO Plus free trial. It will generally make a big song and dance telling you that it is happening. Discounts as well tend to be highlighted here. The official website. So if you keep an eye on that stuff as you're playing, you shouldn't miss a thing. You'll be like Steven Tyler. And Belorda, if you finished all the stuff you got, yeah, check if ESO Plus is worth it, so you can play the zones you are interested in. You can always cancel, and also use the ESO Plus crowns to buy the DLC you want to keep. Solid advice.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
Wow, that's a very shiny lady. That's the silken ring outfit, isn't it? Couldn't check out money. I have a wife, house, car, daughter, but lack the time. Yeah, alright. That sounds familiar. Although since I started streaming, I've suddenly found myself with a bit more time for gaming. But gaming on stream and just gaming for myself, they're still quite different things for me. There's definitely an overlap, but yeah. $15 is like 60 PLN here in Poland, so like 2 hours of work. Yeah. Lily Drad, that's what she said. Exactly. And Moose, you could also buy the DLC for gold from another player and spend your real money on beer, like Khan said, yeah. You know, that would be the Danish way. Not right now, Tiago, sorry, no, not at the moment. It's BG weekend at the moment. I was just saying, when there is an ESO Plus free trial, they tend to make a big deal out of it right here. You know? Saying that's what she said. Lily Drad, that reminds me of... I had a very embarrassing moment this morning. It wasn't too bad. But I was... Maya had told me this morning, right, we've got a grocery delivery between 10 and 11. And, of course, it went completely from my mind. So I jumped into the shower at 2 minutes to 10. 1 minute past 10, I hear the doorbell go. My hair is full of shampoo. And I was like, fuck. I like, climb out of the shower, pause the podcast I'm listening to, hurriedly throw on my bathrobe, and, you know, go down and answer the door with, like, wet feet, wet hands, shampoo in my hair and eyes, and there's this tiny little woman, like, struggling to hold all the stuff for tomorrow. The grocery delivery was for tomorrow's party stream, so there was a lot of beer. A lot of, you know, salty snacks like pretzels and things like that to keep us going. Some electrolytes. What else? You know, stuff for making sandwiches. And I realized after the lady was handing me, like, I had one leg, like, trying to keep the dog from escaping and giving the delivery lady all the kisses in the world. So I'm kind of stood very awkwardly, and she's trying to hand me all these heavy bags with beer cans inside. And I suddenly realized I took the wrong dressing gown. I'm wearing Maya's dressing gown, so it's a little bit short, a little bit tight, and I am all kinds of naked under that thing. And the lady, I just looked up at her. We made a brief moment of very intense eye contact as she was handing me the bags, and yeah. I knew she'd noticed that. It was very awkward. She seemed more embarrassed than me, though. I was like, what the hell? I suppose she was at work. But yeah, I felt really bad. Because I just closed the door and laughed about it, but yeah. Tiago, yeah, just enter the stream. Don't listen to stuff you're talking about. No worries. No worries. That was an easy one to misunderstand. But Lord, he was just saying, yeah, they're only so plus free trials once in a while. Yeah. Bet you look nice in it. It's a pretty nice dressing gown, like Egyptian cotton, this giant white thing. Just looked like a marshmallow. A marshmallow man. It's the kind of dressing gown people have in movies. You know, it's always a giant white thing. But yeah, that was an awkward interaction. When your wife tells you the grocery shopping is arriving between X and Y times, make it a mental note. Might need a picture of you in it? Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Not that kind of streamer, baby. Not yet, anyway. But one day, the more desperate for cash we become. Who the hell knows? Wait, so it parted in the front? Something was dangling? No, there was no... I don't think I was hanging dong most, but it was dangerously close. And I think what happened was that she sort of looked me up and down and then made eye contact with me. There was definitely a moment of embarrassment. Palpable embarrassment. OnlyFans content. No one ever content. More like OnlyFans Khan Edition starting price €1,000 a pic. Yeah. I would have said it before. There was a bit in the Dread movie. You know, the movie from 2012, was it? It's a while back now, with Carl Urban and Olivia Thirlby. That's a really fun film. If you haven't seen it, if you like cyberpunk stuff, or if you like Dread or 2000 AD, it's way better than the 90s Sylvester Stallone film, which I also saw, but mostly just for the lols. But yeah, Maya and I rewatched that earlier this year, sometime over the summer, and there is a bit right as they're entering the mega building. There's a tramp, just an unhoused person sitting in the entrance, and he's holding up a cardboard sign, and it just says, "Will debase self for cash." And I feel like that's what every person on Twitch is ultimately one step away from that. There was a real moment of, like, recognition when I saw that character. With all the silly voices that Maya and I are doing. Especially tomorrow, party stream tomorrow, that's going to be a lot of fun. Forgot about that movie, must watch again. Right? It's also got Lena Headey in it. So good. And the guy who plays Avon Barksdale in The Wire. He's freaking awesome. Let me just look up the name of that actor. I can never remember his name. Wood Harris. That's it. That's such a fucking cool name. How is it I can never remember him? But yeah, he's awesome in that as well. That's a really fun film. Donald Gleason is in it as well, just before he got super big in Hollywood. You know, I guess that was slightly before he did Ex Machina, and then he went on to be the shouty Imperial in Star Wars. General Hux, is it? That's his name, isn't it? Isn't crown and gold trading forbidden? No, it's, yeah, real money trading is forbidden. If you have crowns and you want to give them to a player, that is allowed. But I think you can only do it if you have an account which is in good standing and is, like, more than 3 months old or something like that. And if you find that your account is not... If, you know, the option to gift crowns is not available to you, gifting stuff with crowns isn't available to you, you can contact them and they will, you know, provided there's no reason not to, they will open up that access for you. But yeah, for a long time it was a grey area. People didn't know what was against TOS, but they sort of did it anyway. Then Zos came out and said, no, it's within the terms of service. But then there have been various scams over the years or loopholes, and yeah, and they don't want to do that because that's illegal. And they have a legal obligation not to allow it and to take steps to prevent it. Changed it 6 months and other factors which they won't tell openly. Yeah, I think ultimately they need that. It's very, very useful. It's like when we have rules for trials, you know, requirements. There's always a discretionary element to that, because ultimately we're playing with other people. So if someone comes to me and says, well, I fulfill all the requirements, I need to be able to say, yeah, well, there's a discretionary element to it as well, which is my way of saying either you're a dick, nobody likes you. No, I've never done that. But, you know, it's useful to have that if someone is a dick and nobody likes them, and you don't want to just have that conversation. Or if, you know, they're a really nice person, they're a really great player, but, I don't know, one of everyone's best friend just came back to the game and they want to return to the group, something like that. What can you get for 4 million gold? I guess something worth 2k crowns. Most people are selling 2,000 per crown. You can get a little bit less than that, especially if you know them. You might be able to get them down to 1,750 or 1,500. But yeah, 2,000 times 2,000 is 4 million. So 4 million could get you this. Sorry, Anox. Yeah, got the pumpkin alt with the crown deal. Oh, you paid more because the person you made the deal with is the friend? Usually it's the other way around for me. They'll go slightly cheaper if they know me or if I buy a lot. Like I recently did a... I bought 50 crates. Whatever, Hidden Kindred. I couldn't even remember what they were called. But yeah, for the 8,000... I think this person was charging 2.5 or 2.2 or something like that. Which would have been 18 million. But I think we got it down to 15 or something like that. Because I was spending so much. So yeah, there's not like a fixed exchange rate. It goes up and down. It was as high as 3.5k at one point. Which is insane. Only on PCEU. It's nowhere near that high anywhere else. And thank you very much for the follow, Grumchick. By the way, am I anywhere near pronouncing that correctly? Don't mean to put you on the spot. You probably don't mind so much, but I like to pronounce... I like to get names right. I only have 100k. That's a lot of crowns. Yeah, we got you, Ted. Give to the pumpkin beam to a friend. Well, if anyone has a lot of crowns they they want to get rid of, seriously, only if you actually are looking to sell them. You know, you can always whisper me on Discord, because I do want to buy that pumpkin thing. I don't think I'm going to buy a crown pack just for that. But that's going to be fun to use over Halloween. I see, Bloody. Yeah, you offered him more because, you know, he needs the gold. Yeah, Lily Drad, you said you already bought it. Lucky you. But I just meant, you know, as an example, you could buy a thing for 2k. Can you gift with crown emeralds? No, I don't believe so. Crown gems. Nope. Endeavors and gems are only for your own use. I still have quite a lot of endeavors, to be fair. But you can't buy anything outside of the crown crates with these, can you? Typically. Sometimes there's a gem, a crown gem exclusive. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with the cosmetics and charging for them, but... Yeah, I look forward to a better way of monetizing live service games. I've got to say, I do look forward to it. Especially the gambling component. I think that's what... I understand if it makes them more money. That isn't my problem with it. I think a lot of people who complain about the Crown Store, they need to get their shit together and understand what they're actually arguing in favor of. I think at the end of the day, people are annoyed that the game isn't... The game appears to be making so much money, but doesn't appear to be innovating and spending that money in a way that they can see. If that makes sense. So the players, what they're really complaining about when they complain about the Crown Store or the Crown Crates is either the gambling component of it, or it's the idea that a chunk of their money isn't going to the development of the game, isn't being reinvested into the game, but is lining the pockets of fat cats up at the top via the publisher. Because, yeah, let's be real, that's not what we want. Hey, Fire Trail, the glowing eyes on this guy? That's a skin. If you mean this character, that's a skin called... Let me just take the hat off. Meridian Purified. If you're on PCEU, we can go and get you that skin. It's from a dungeon. Let me actually, let me get him naked for a minute. That's what the skin looks like. My sexy Stamplar. He's kind of vanilla looking because I wanted him to be... He's called Sir Khan. The idea is just he's just a plain old hero type. Yeah, it's one of the better ones, isn't it? It looks really cool. And that's the enemies in Depths of Malatar. That's what they look like. Hence the skin. You just need to complete it on Veteran. So it's very, very easy to get. Obviously, this is a body marking. You can ignore that. That's not part of it, but you can add whatever body marking you want. Not all skins will let you do that. But, you know, you see a few people running around with interesting combos. So, Moose, when you complain about the amount of pets that you have, I think for me, it's the amount of body markings. There's so many. Not only do I not have a chance at using any of them, most of them, I have no idea where they are or what they are. Most of them. Because there are just so many. Since they did the completely unnecessary categorization of mounts, couldn't they do the same with body markings? You know, tribal tats, black tats, colored tats, I don't know. Just realized this guy's got an upsettingly small butt. That ain't right. How did that happen? He's just like, he's completely like shredded and exploded in every area of his body except the crotch and ass. That's unfortunate, mate. Let's put his gear back on. And Krumchik, perfect, spot on, like you're from Poland. Well, my wife is Czech, so I should be somewhat capable, but they're very different, and I've never studied a Slavic language properly. I'd love to, though. I think I probably should, shouldn't I? Get on it. And level 26, the cap is... Obviously, the level cap is 50, but yeah, it goes all the way up to champion points 3,600. But honestly, once you're past, I don't know, 1,200, 1,600, which can happen pretty quickly, you don't really notice the extra levels that much. But yeah, level 50, CP 160 is what you want. And the first 160 champion points tend to happen very quickly. They get progressively slower and slower. Like I need over 1 million just to get one more champion point at this point. Lily Dryad, the Kindred boxes probably wouldn't give me anything new. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's what the gems are for at the end of the day, isn't it? Is if you just want a specific thing and you don't want to gamble on it.
Hello there.
Skill style is still pretty pricey for a blinky eye. I kind of agree. I would love to know where the pricing decisions come from. What is this based on? Do they just pluck it out of the air? Or do they look at what other games do? Genuinely curious. Only healers are allowed to use that skin. Sexy Stampline needs a borrowed dressing gown, yeah. Yeah, pick up the wrong dressing gown. Is anyone in the UK? I don't know if this shop still exists, but there is a store that used to exist in certainly around here, Bath and Bristol area, called White Stuff. I'm pretty sure it's like national. And it's a bit poncy and overpriced. Everything is white or pale grey or just very pale. And they sell clothes for ladies and other stuff, but it's mostly like candles and towels and shampoo and that kind of thing. And I remember Maya's mum used to love going there. Oh, that's not White Stuff, it's the White Company. That was it. That's a whole other store. The White Company. Maya's mum used to love going there when she would visit. They don't really have anything like that in Prague. So, yeah, we'd always go there. And I remember this one time we saw these, like, really fancy schmancy dressing gowns on sale. And we both needed one. I'm that guy. Like, I never replace anything until it's embarrassingly old and tattered. And Maya's there like, God, what do you look like? How are you... Throw that thing away, you know? Only PC components. I keep those pretty spick and span. But yeah, so we've had these fucking things since like pre-lockdown. That's why I mixed them up, because they're identical. Still exists, always smells over-perfumed, yeah. I haven't been to one of those in ages, but you know when you go to a really nice hotel and the dressing gown hanging in the bathroom is just... Oh, it feels amazing to put that thing on. And they often have a little hood, or a big hood, so you can look like a Jedi. If you're an idiot like me. I guess to help dry the hair? I've no idea. But yeah, that's what they are. They're proper like hotel bathrobes. But yeah, one is obviously quite a lot bigger than the other. That's on my list now, Lena Elvira. Got to go back to a White Company store. Lily Dryad, only buy crown crates if 75% of the stuff in there is interesting to me. Otherwise, yeah, gems or endeavors, that's the way to go. I don't have a figure like 75%, but yeah, I know what you mean. I've definitely gone by the same kind of... If none of these are of interest, I'm immediately less likely to buy, or I'm likely to buy fewer. I'm still not sure whether I should get this. It's very cool. And this. I didn't get this one. I got that guy. That was a natural get. I got that in the crates. I didn't really care about any of these, although any Vardvark mount is immediately one of the best mounts in the game. I mean, look at that thing. Look! He's the greatest! Why do they have 4 eyes? Who the hell knows? Vardvark is one of my favourite things ESO has ever done. But yeah, but the weapons are a bit disappointing this time around, aren't they? Like, considering how rare they are and expensive. No. I think I did get a couple, but I'm not going to use them. Skill styles, a meh I don't use anyway. But there's some pretty cool stuff further down. Like this, which I did buy. Lots of people rocking the green hair. Hey, Edgex Spartan. How's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. I haven't said that enough today. And happy freaking Friday. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan, one half of the Ninja Pulls team. Maya will be with us at about 2 o'clock. And we're going to be doing ESO Dark Brotherhood story today, followed by Braid. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, even. It just had it almost exactly a year ago, an anniversary release, so I guess it is about 11 years old. I actually need to check the date. It might be a little bit older than that, but either way, it is an early entry in that whole flurry of amazing, innovative, and exciting indie games that we got, you know, in the 2010s. But Lord, not buying crates at all, just using gems endeavors. Yeah. Donut, maybe they look at what other games do, who pluck it out of the air. It's got to be something like that, right? You see my point? Like, at some point, there's someone just going, fuck it, just wing it. Like, we like to think that, hello? Didn't I just press requesting character load, then it bounced me back to character select? Uh-oh. But yeah, we like to think of things as being really, like, worked out and thoroughly organized, but even in, like, the most sophisticated parts of the financial sector, ultimately, it often comes down to either a data point or just a person deciding, yeah, fuck. Let's say this. Go for it. I think it's more than we would like it to be the case. And Erin, speaking of which, did you hear about the big Discord data leak? Yeah. I think there's no one who hasn't heard about that. Breach did not compromise Discord's own servers, but instead targeted customer support, managed by the third-party vendor. Yeah, it's a great, like, kick in the pants for the government implementing this system, which I don't know really where I stand on it. It's not an issue that I'm particularly animated by. Obviously, child pornography and all that stuff, no one in their right mind is in favor of that shit. Or of its dissemination, creation, or, you know, our children getting access to it, or even regular pornography for that matter. You know, there are very good reasons to attempt to police this shit, but at the end of the day, there's not a great deal that the government can do to really keep a lid on determined actors on the internet. So, you run the risk of putting people through... normal people through a huge amount of hassle on a daily basis for not much gain. It's not like airport security, which is presumably genuinely quite difficult to get around. You know, we have to put up with the hassle of getting frisked every now and again, going through the metal detector, getting scanned, having our bags rummaged once in a while. You know, whenever it happens to you, it's like, oh, what a pain in the ass. But it's a price worth paying so we don't get blown up mid-air or whatever. But, yeah, I don't think this is one of those. And there are some... I even wonder if it's political activism of some kind. Probably not. That's probably very naive of me. But, you know, poking holes in the idea. But, yeah, lots of people here aren't from the UK. I think only a few of us are living in the UK. So we probably don't need to talk about that. But yeah, Erin is an interesting one. And Lily Dry, the dress is so pretty, especially if you use it together with purple skin. I should have looked at that. Galantax, hello, Cowabunga. What happened? What the fuck? Yeah. There's pretty cool stuff further down. Khan out of context 2025. Oh yeah. Trust me, Erin. You'll discover it one day. Wink, wink. It doesn't matter what morph of Grim Focus I take. Basically, probably take the one that's on your off resource. So Stamina, take Merciless Resolve, and a Magicka, probably, not necessarily, but check with your Sustain. So there's very little difference between them in terms of damage. Merciless Resolve is a little bit stronger, especially if you use it infrequently. You can fire Relentless more often, but it doesn't hit as hard. So if you're really looking to save your Magicka sustain, that can help a lot, because it's quite cheap. But generally, yeah, I would say if you're planning to fire it often, take the one that's in your off resource. So Stamina characters take Merciless Resolve, and Magicka characters take Relentless Focus. Hope that helps. Yeah, Relentless Focus for a mag tune, yeah. And the Schnacks, hello there. How's it going? Don't know, reminds me of a very old story where a guy was hired to try to hack your company's system, came back with the CEO's password in 10 minutes. Yeah, right? It's a thing I talked about recently. One of my friends who is taking a little break from me or so at the moment. Maybe he'll be back, who knows. He's in and out of the Discord saying hi, but you know, he's very young, so he just got his first job, and I think he's moving in maybe with someone. Not entirely clear on what's happened there, but either way, one of the areas that he's interested in because of his studies is security. E-security, cybersecurity. And I think that is one of the things he was interested in doing as a career. You know, to work for one of these consultancies where they'll sort of stage a virtual prison break. You know, they will do what the criminals would do in order to try and find where their weaknesses are. Because it's exciting. You know, it has... it involves a lot of lateral thinking and using, you know, creatively using technical tools and knowledge at your disposal and all this kind of stuff, but also, you know, doing it for a good cause. Oh, doing it for money. Data privacy is truly a myth. Yeah. It's hard not to feel that way. All he did was call customer service, say it was the boss, and they gave it to him. Alatario, hello, hello. And Schnacks, whenever they want to pass laws that legalize horrendous privacy violation, they say it is about CP. Yeah, child protection, yeah.
This one.
I just don't really understand it as a political football. Yeah, I don't see what's in it to stake. Again, it's probably me being ignorant. Maybe a huge chunk of the populace has no issue with this. And it's just the nerds who think about these things, online data privacy and all that, who are more concerned. No, this is not... You're sacrificing something quite important here that isn't in the public eye in order to just score some points, potentially. I don't know if that's the right interpretation, but like I said, it's not really a motive issue for me, but that's the sort of read I have on this. It doesn't seem like a particularly effective or tailored way of dealing with it, way of responding, you know? Yeah, I think you're right, Schnacks. That's well put. And yeah, Erin, to a lot of sensitive data leaked from Discord, government ID images such as driver licenses, passport, yeah, which were submitted by users to appeal age-related account restrictions. That's either very, very well worded or you copy-pasted it from somewhere, because that's very on point. Is there a fun necromancer build that uses Herald of the Tome and Assassination? I'm sure there is. Somewhere. Thanks for that, Guns and Raiders. So Lily Dried, you've kind of just described the build. No, there's no room for anything now, because you've made it clear that that is Gravelord, Herald of the Tome, and Assassination. There are a couple of ways you could approach that. Blast Bones and Rune Blades, or just Fate Carver. I guess that would work. We can try it in just a moment. Yeah, let's give it a go. I'll finish off this guy and we can have a look. And yeah, cannon attacks. Thanks, Erin. Appreciate it. Social engineering, if you're a people person, this is how you do it. Yeah. Lena Elvira. Ugh. Husband wants to have a lunchtime walk together. It's sunny. So I have to lurk for a bit. Oh, the sarcasm. Well, if you can still hear me, Lena, have a lovely walk in the sunshine. It's not very sunny here today. And Moose, I'm so sick of the protect the kids argument. They ain't going to be able to do that with the spying. Yeah, well, that's sort of where I'm coming from. It looks to me like a bit of a straw man, almost. It's an issue, it's an engineered political problem, rather, you know, in need of an actual mandate. I don't know. Feels a bit cynical. But obviously the end goal is something people can get behind. It's just, and I'll confess, I have not stayed as up to date with that particular issue as I should have done. So, my reactions to it are very, very superficial.
Do not waste my time. I
Don't really know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Moose, your instincts and mine are very much aligned on that. It's how Conservatives do it half the time. This is actually a Labour government in the UK doing this. But that is straight out of the Conservatives' playbook, you know? Family values, protect the children, protect our cultural heritage. All these things that are very, very wishy-washy and difficult to actually do anything about. But they sound kind of good when you talk about them. Alright, so, Lily. Are we talking about a stamina or a magicka necromancer? I was at the door, food delivery. No worries. Perfect timing. I was saying you could you basically describe the entire build yourself. Gravelord, Herald of the Tome, Assassination. Would you want a stamina or a magicka? And Donut, then that was what many of the old school famous hackers did. Yeah, that and the dumpster dive for passwords. Yeah. The things you think they won't do, they will do. Just wait for leaks from AI providers. So many people feed everything into those things, it's amazing. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. LeBro, so happens today, just claim you're from IT support, here to fix something. Most users hand over the details so easily. Terrifying. The I have nothing to hide argument is absolutely pants on head backwards stupid. That has its own wiki page. Either is fine. Alright, let's go stamina. You copied it from an article from a security firm. Spotted. But you're that kind of guy as well, Erin, right? You could easily have been just, you know, You typing extemporaneously. Lunchtime walk? Are you German? Hey, Brian Talk. Hello! How's it going? Sorry, could you tell me about the build? Yeah. And Donut. Often it feels that governments, when confronted with a problem they know they can't solve, make up something that sounds good. Oh, yeah. Politics is so much about that, and not about actually doing anything. And I think the people most frustrated by this are the politicians themselves. Well, most politicians. There are some who only get into politics for that. For the waffle and the power.
I can.
Alright, so what do we got here? We've got Adric Spear and Assassination. Let's get rid of that. Bro, all the cyber talks are in my line of study at the moment, so this is fun. Cool. Well, we don't want to give you like revision flashbacks. Yeah, Germans love walking a lot. Total myth, at least for me. Guns N' Roses. I walk everywhere. Hikes and all from Scotland here, so not just a German thing. Yeah, man. Hikes with a Y? Or are you talking about, like, hiking? And most happens even when they aren't being confronted with a problem, yeah. Yeah. And the BNE time. Imperiex, hello there. Schnacks, it is always used to hunt child predators. Okay. Also use it to hunt other criminals and terrorists. Okay. Let's use it to surveil football hooligans and, political activists. Yeah. Nixon would have been thrilled. Belorda, I'm German. I only don't like public transportation much, and it's fucking expensive. So I sometimes prefer to walk instead of using trains, buses. I walk when I can. I do use the car quite a bit, though. But I live in an awkward spot. Like, the supermarket I would walk to is pretty small. Well, sort of medium-sized. But there's a really big one 5 minutes away in the car. So I almost always go there. Or we get stuff delivered, to be fair. Yeah, then the info gets leaked, yeah. Politicians love bacon and keegs? Green eggs and ham too, yeah. Ted Meister, I just hope it doesn't change much in between subclassing and leveling. Imperiex, I'm Aussie. Oi oi! Anyone want some snags? No way! That's gold! I don't talk to that fucking guy. He's a fucking bogan. I don't know, man. I lived with an Aussie years ago, but my I never get to hear it anymore. It's a fucking glorious accent. Well, there are like many different Aussie accents. Yeah. Oh, thanks. This guy was from Adelaide, and yeah, he was absolutely quality. Also, one of my mates that we would always meet up with when we do the festival circuit, the metal festival circuit, in like Belgium, Germany, Slovenia one year, a couple of years actually, but we would often go to Wacken, which is like the big one. We started going just before all the other Brits found out about it, so we stopped after a few years. Or fewer of us went, because the Brits ruin everything. Sorry guys, it's true. And yeah, there was an Aussie guy we'd meet up with. He'd like take a month off work and just tour Europe, going to all the metal festivals. And he was like 15 years older than us. Big fun. He was a bodybuilder from Sydney. And he was just the most like stereotypically Australian man ever. So we got Gravelore, we got Assassination. We want to ditch Adric Spear in favor of Herald of the Tome. Aaron, I prefer walking. Never owned a car or a motorbike, only paddle bikes. Gotcha. Yeah, Bright, I like riding my bike. Bike is awesome. I live in an extremely hilly part of the world, so... biking can get pretty serious. And Greycook, hello there. How's it going? Erin. G'day, mate. Beautiful Arvo, innit? Fancy a cold one. Sorry, what's that mean? I can't read that? Just nonsense, isn't it? Alright, so, Lily Dryad. You got two options, basically. In very basic terms. You can do the typical thing. We can use Assassination and Gravelord mostly for the passives. And then do a typical Beamer build. Brrr. Yeah? There's that. Or you can go with a Rune Blades and Blast Bones type setup. What would you be more interested in? Yeah, just upside down, yeah. Yeah, man, we got to keep the international cultural connections flowing here. I got it after a bit. Ted Mice is still working on getting the 40 skill points. Yeah, there's no rush. No rush. Yeah, so Lily Dryad, if you have a preference, this would probably be the most sort of versatile, all-round useful way to go. If you wanted to do something different, I guess everyone knows how to build this, so maybe let's just go with the other one by default, where we ditch the Fate Carver, and we can run Rune Blades. Honestly, either way, it works, but I guess if you're doubling down on the single target damage, you would go Writhing. If you want a little bit of cleave, maybe go with this one. And then you run Tentacular Dread instead. This would probably be a good Magicka setup. And you'll have some decent cleave with Blast Bones, Escalating, and Tentacular Dread, also Siphon, I guess. But then, you know, stuff like Merciless. Maybe we ditch that and run like, I don't know, Deadly Cloak instead. Quick Cloak. Lily Dryad, both is fine. I have a Corpse Burster build on my Necro, but Beam is fine too. Kind of want it to feel Necromancery. Well, then maybe Blast Bonesy then. Let's go with that one. And then, yeah, after that, it's pretty much just the usual shit. Siphon, if you have room for it. Doesn't need to be on the back bar, but is nice. Inspired Scholarship. What else do we want? Boneyard, maybe? I'm going to try this with a Stam. What sets am I wearing? Nothing. Corpse Burster would work with this, but not very well. You'd be better off running something else. What have we got, even? This guy has no Tideborn? Let's put on Highland Sentinel for now. Fuck it. Biting Aura? Probably not. More likely to be deadly aim, I would think. And we have prophecy and savagery. And we have brutality and sorcery as well. So we can run tripods for the win. By the way, guys, if you just joined, welcome on in. Happy Friday. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're just making a random build because somebody asked in chat. So, what the hey? Let's do it. And this is something which we know is going to work. It's just a question of how well it's going to work, how good the sustain is. What do you want to do with it, Lily? What's like the main thing you're likely to do with this? Dungeons? Pug trials, organized trials, just questing? Not everyone loves rune blades. I should be clear on that. Dungeons mostly. So a lot of people don't like using rune blades because it just kind of feels like nothing's happening. You know? I don't really mind it, but I was talking to a mate the other day. He's, oh my god, I hate it so much. So I'm not going to pay attention to off balance or anything like that. We're just going to have a quick look. See if this works. Whoops. Immediately he fucks it up. Can you turn on damage numbers? Really? Dude. You cannot edit a house while in combat. I know that. That's why I'm trying to dismiss the dummy. Yeah, I don't even remember where they are. There we go. So the idea is to hit Tentacular Dread pretty often. Whenever you hear that ding, basically. Because it deals crazy damage. Can't make my mind up which ult to use, but look at the sustain on this thing. Jesus, this is good. The damage is not that great, but I'm not wearing the right setup really for this. You could simplify it a little bit, take a couple of dots out. And then you can get more flails in as well. Basically, whenever you get to 3 crux, you want to hit the dread. So like now. The sustain is unbelievable. I'm really impressed with that. Look at this. This is crazy. Really good. His stamina and magicka are barely moving at all. Yeah, I messed up a little bit there. $134K on my literally the first attempt. It's not the worst. We could juice that quite a lot by actually running proper sets. Why? What? Some of these don't have a trait. What? Is that even possible? Can you craft things without a trait? That's hilarious. I must have done that in a hurry. And crafted stuff without a trait. So yeah, we're missing a lot of damage there. What would be a better set to pair that? Let's just grab some Tideborn. Who's got some Tideborn stuff? My Sork, my Arcanist. Without a trait, that's bizarre. Yeah, how did I even do that? Very strange. Well, I'm just going to bank it and decon it. Maybe I'll make him a set of Unsul. He doesn't seem to have one. Or should we could try it with Corpse Burster just to see. It'll be bad though. Yeah, no, I don't think that's the way to go. But yeah, was that helpful, Evan? What's the DPS Ninjanator? So it's about 134k. I do this constantly, but I'm Aussie, so it's impossible. The high ping makes it so much harder. You basically have to let all your muscle memory do the work and completely ignore what's on screen. I have that with PTS as well. I hate it. Sustainathon. Wow, right? Sue. Erin, do you think the skills that give brutality and savagery just by starting on any bars are a bit too overtuned? Makes the other skills which you have to keep active to get the buff feel less rewarding. CMX bug? What was that? What was the bug, Calantax? Did I miss something? Oh, right, yeah, you thought about the... No, it's genuine. I just did a fuck up. So that's pretty, like, 3 Divines pieces missing. So we're probably talking like a 140k dummy setup. And look, where's the cleave? Here, here, here. I mean, not really scholarship. Sliver Assault scholarship, technically, but no. The 3rd hit of Rune Blades. I'm not sure which one that is. But one of these is cleave. So 40k, 45k cleave damage. It's not the worst. I mean, it's not a Fate Carver setup, that's for damn sure. Have we got one of those kicking around? What was the Templar? All of this is cleave. Like it's already as much, just with puncturing sweep. Burning lights, potentially. Siphon. Stampede is a small AoE, but it is still an AoE. I'm not counting the status effects. That doesn't, the shit doesn't count. Yeah, 60k AoE damage from this one, and an Arcanist will be even higher. It's like 70k. What type of wall surrounding is this dojo made out of? It's a combo. It's 2 things. You just have to put them together very, very carefully. I can show you around the back. It's a fireplace shoved into a plain wall. So, yeah, all of this is painstakingly made. This is like the only housing project I've ever really done. As you can see, I made it completely from scratch. And I even put those lights up top so that it's not so dark in there. But it looks cool, right? When this is all you can see, the illusion is pretty good. Yeah, Erin, you can craft without a trait. No Arca and Tideborn and a monster set. Yeah, skill issue, yeah. I must have been... I mean, if it was a dummy humping set, I probably just needed something rapidly, you know? But I don't think I need this anymore. So I can just ditch it. I'm going to print him a set of Unsul. Actually, I kind of want to test it with Tideborn. Maybe I'll go and steal some Tideborn from another character. Let's go do it. Imperiex, I kind of hate to say it, but you could probably do... Your ping is probably holding you back less than you think. And that's really not what anyone wants to hear. Like, one of the videos, one of the content creators that we would all look at whenever a new PTS cycle started was called, doesn't matter, I've completely forgotten they were called, but they were based in Singapore. So, yeah, it's hard to get further away from the PTS server than that. And they would have horrendous delays. If you looked at their characters' animation, they always looked like they were stuck in a heavy attack animation. They were still getting god tier numbers because they just ignored what was happening on screen and just... But, you know, that's a very, very... That's a weird skill to have to learn, right? Is to go against the evidence of your eyes and just trust your muscle memory. But yeah, you're right. Having high ping makes everything harder. It really does. It would still be possible for you to get the same numbers as anyone else, or slightly less, like 3k less, maybe, than, say, Charles, but it would be a lot more difficult. You know, like, it would be more of an achievement, I think, to get there. I think that's fair to say. Now, don't take my word for it completely, because I'm not in Australia, obviously. I still have crap to decon. Anyway, we weren't here for that. We just wanted to steal the Tideborn body pieces. I can't be bothered crafting those right now. I'll probably forget to put a trait on there again. Bum 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 bum. Done. Let's try that again. Reminds me of the Matrix simulation, that house. Yeah, it is a little bit like that. It's very much, yeah, Tiago, I'm familiar. Isn't that what I said? Yeah, it just makes it more complicated. Yeah, thanks, Guns N' Roses. Always admired it. So bliss and relaxing looking. The behind-the-scenes kind of text. Yo, come on, I'm streaming. What do you want me to do? Use exit lag and TCP optimizer, but yeah, high ping. There's no escape. Does exit lag even work? 200 ping is good for me. That's very good. For Australia, I often play with 200 ping. What the hell? Normally I'm looking at 60. 80. Right now I've got 300, but that's probably because I just relogged. If you're curious, you can see the little red number at the top of my top right. It's my FPS and my ping. No, I'm on 70 ping. 68.
Greetings.
XLAG is amazing.
Some
It's the
business.
pinnacle. I know many crazy streamers with very high DPS, Vishy, yeah. OCE streamers. I was using 1 bar Sork build 90k a long time ago. Fair enough. I think just adding Assassination will get me over. Oh yeah, man. But that was kind of a fun, easy rotation as well. I don't love, Bum 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 bum. I'd love to have a slightly weaker version of Boneyard sometimes. That lasted longer, you know? Let's check that they're all actually traded this time. For good measure. We'll check everything else. The Thief. Stamina. I've got my racial passives. Got, you know, all the usual shit. We already did CPs. Oh yeah, that's a point. Single target damage is definitely higher, isn't it? Oh, it's gone now. Fuck. But I'm pretty sure it was. Like, way higher. And Wicked Illusion Art, best option to use Hideborn if no trial gear. Probably Order's Wrath, Wicked Illusionist. That may have been, yeah, Order's Wrath, Vishy Sen. They're both crafted. So if you have someone with a guild hall with all the sets, or you can port around the world and make them, or you can join a Discord like ours and just use the crafting channel and say, hey, make me some stuff, bitch. I mean, don't put it like that. We say, hey, you know, I need some of this. If anyone's free, this is the server. And they'll often just do it for free, which is a pretty good. I can't believe how good the sustain was there. That was wild. Alright, let's try this again. Right, here we go. It's pretty easy to do, I'll give it that. Oh, damn, I missed a dread. Very bad, Khan. So the idea is to use rune blades wherever possible. I messed that one up. The idea is to use rune blades wherever possible, but replace it with dread or siphon, whatever. If you wanted to make a corpse burster setup, you'd obviously use siphon a lot more. But then you end up with too many spammables. You've already got 3. Blast bones is the priority, then dread if it's ready. And then obviously rune blades. Yeah, and high ping effects much more in PvP, makes the room for error way smaller. Definitely true. Makes you even more susceptible to the desync folks. Ideally, you'd also start with 3 crux, I guess. If you're, you know, Something's up. Vishay used to play from India, and on EU I get 250 plus ping. Not criticizing, just letting you know that ping is not a major issue. Yeah. And Guns N' Raiders, how do you think Mars rover drivers feel they were? Yeah, with 100 to 200k ping. But they don't have to dodge heavy attacks, do they? If they do, then we need to know about this. That's very funny, Guns N' Raiders. Should just start using exit lag. What a noob. Yeah, exactly. Think you could get 150k with this? Is that a question? I don't think this will get 150k on the dummy. No. If we cheese it a little bit. Start with three crux. Thanks, Mastercraft. I have everything but trial stuff. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? My ult didn't go off? Come on. Don't do me like this. The ult just didn't land. Definitely pressed it. Went to Way Shrine nearing Writhing Wall event and saw the beam on Meridia. It's like, it's almost time. Yeah, that's been happening on the press server as well. Briefly, the beam appears. I guess that maybe is the default state. Don't know how that works. But yeah, Vishy, there are some cheap options if you know how to optimize your router and settings. If you're a techie noob, go exit lag. Just press one button and start playing. Fair enough. What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening? Every single pre-buff is going wrong somewhere. Like, one of the casts isn't going off. Exit lag to me is $15 a month. Not too bad for the cost. Denya, question. I'm gonna try out bomber build and PvP and vampirism. Got binned by an NPC, but I can't see the skill line. Reading the score on the altar doesn't do anything. It should open a portal to you. A portal for you. That's a little bit weird. Right, we're just going to do one proper push here. Just to see what's up. I'm just curious. Obviously the build works. We've confirmed that. That's the important thing. Yeah, so try and think ahead and look at your flail, your tentacular dread. Try to anticipate when it's coming so you don't miss any like I did. Man, I'm making so many stupid mistakes. It's actually really bad. Typical Necro, there are quite a lot of dots to keep track of. Damage seems to have gone down. Tyborn might not be the best option here, actually. There's quite a lot of damage over time. Right, let's go. Execute. Oh, that's a little bit awkward. The timing. It's almost exactly the same, 135. So I'm not sure what happened there. Sadly, we lost the other one. How bad was my weaving? Yeah, my weaving was pretty shit. By my standards. Alright. Sorry folks, yeah, so a little bit of dummy humping, messing around there. Just gonna see how much direct damage we're actually dealing with here. That's kind of crucial to know, isn't it? Catching up with chat. Yeah, bitten by an NPC. Not with my 5-piece Diddy set, yeah. Used any lube on the dummy, trying to get that extra crit damage per second action. That's an interesting way of putting it, Guns N' Raiders. Go to character screen, see if you have the vampirism effect. Yeah, porphyrific hemophilia or whatever it's called in the other games. I think I've had vampirism in this tune before. It should just return all the skill points, nothing happens. You have to do the intro quest every time, yeah. Blast wounds do look very cool and exploded. Yeah, exactly. Rite of Scion, I can't start it, nothing happens. Wondering if I'm at the wrong place? This looks very complicated for controller. Oh yeah, it's a bit bar swappy, that's true. How many bar swaps were there? A lot. But that's Necro gameplay for you. That's how it goes. So what you could do, Lily, is just ditch this, like I said. And what could you run instead? Oh, we could shove the banner in there, couldn't we? Just put the banner on there. We'd have to ditch Deadly Cloak. I don't love that. Tempting to try it with Skull as well. But yeah, it's not the ideal pairing, because the power of Tentacular Dread and Runeblades is that you build it up, and then fire that shit every, like, 4th cast, ideally. And you can't obviously do that if you're doing Blast Wounds as well. So it isn't going to be the greatest, but you get a lot of cleave damage out of that in recompense. Erin, what about Siroria? Got buffed a wee bit, right? Double trial setup meta? Oh, it's been plenty of double trial setups in the past that work. I mean, I use Unsul and Nalaka quite often, actually. It's kind of a default thing that works everywhere. It even seems to work in Trash. I don't really understand how that is, but I had it on when I was setting up for a trial. I was going through the whole, you know, whatever, setting up each trial, and I was in a rush. I hadn't prepped for the trial properly, and it was our first week of the prog. And without really paying attention, I saved the Trash gear as the boss gear. So I had Null Arca and Unsul for Trash, and I was coming top in every single Trash one. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I realized I had the wrong Trash gear on, and then I mentioned it. Another guy in the group tried it the following week, and he was doing amazing Trash damage as well. So I'm not sure if that was an anomaly, but Null Arca doesn't seem like it should be good in Trash, but it can be if they're very fast, I guess. So you get the burst and then don't have to wait for that cooldown. Guns N' Raiders, left on the D-pad or down on the D-pad? Sent to Lily Dryad. Good advice, thank you. Yeah, Ted Meister, of course. Do vet stuff more, yeah, man. We haven't had a lot of stuff during September for you to sign up to, which is a shame. I know we've got the raid train happening, but more teaching trials definitely on the horizon. How was my crit luck, actually, in that? Pretty rough, actually. It's not bad, but it wasn't great. Next, what was the first setup? Highland Sentinel, but with 2 pieces, 3 pieces that weren't even divines. I'm way over pen, that's the thing, so Tideborn probably isn't ideal.
Hello there.
Hello there! I'd say if you really want to push it on the dummy, you'd go Berserking Warrior on the jewelry and weapons, and what do you call it? Null Archer on the body. That would probably be the way to cheese it the most. Let's see. Got any daggers kicking around? My Templar seems to have some. Some in the bank? Really? Yeah, just a couple of necklaces. Because of Velothi, I guess. How's it going, Mike? Hope you're having a good day. And Aaron, be careful when doing more wet stuff. Unlock the room. Oh my god. Well, welcome on in, everybody. On that note, happy Friday. Welcome back. We haven't done any story yet, have we? This is terrible. But, yeah, we got sidetracked by Lily Dryad asking about, hey, what's a fun thing I could do with Necromancer, with Assassination and Herald of the Tome? And this is actually really good. Screw it. Let's go and print some Null Archer and grab some Berserking Warrior from my Templar. Where's my Templar? So, if anyone ever wants to do this, you know, just interrupt the stream with a question about a build. I can't guarantee we'll go into this level of detail, but I'm always happy to test things and take suggestions from chat. I'm not necessarily going to go and print an entirely new set just because one person wants to see how bad it is. But you know what I mean. I do... testing in ESO is a huge thing of what I do. So I'm very happy to do a sort of a live version of that for you guys. Zdenio, this is bollocks. Now I've been on all 3 sites and read the Rite of Science script. Nothing happens. Guess no vampire for me. Do you want to try and get it cured and I'll come and bite you? A sharpened dagger. Who remembers those days, man? Yeah, we can try. Alright, let me grab a vampire character. Shoot. Who's a vampire? This one. Where'd you like to get bitten? No, we can't have this conversation. Lily Dryad's gonna get excited again. We had this conversation the other day, didn't we? Don't buy... No, don't buy Trevor Noah, anyone. Let me just get cured from something I don't have. Where'd you like to get bitten? I mean, which zone? Gross, Erin. My zones are my own personal... It's my private business. I should just double check she's not on cooldown or anything. Blood Ritual. Shouldn't it come up? Here? If you're eligible? As I have other vampire characters. Let's go Bankarai, because that's the quickest.
I have been expecting you.
And you're going to do it on stream. This is not private business anymore. Lily Trad. Oh my. I'm going to give that. That line is just a classic George Takei line, so. Stenya, I don't recall if you are in the guild. Invite to group. That person is busy. You could bite once a week, cooldown will reset on Monday. Yeah, I haven't done it since, so... I knew that, but I thought it used to show up here if you were eligible. Whatever, we'll try it. I'll relog if necessary. That's so not the right mount for this character. What should I be running? I think we need this one. Either that or the Dromathra. The Dromathra is pretty cool. Is he special? No. That's probably the flexiest mount, isn't it? Oh, Stanley's already there. Fuck. Just waiting around. I was waiting for you to arrive at the Way Shrine. Completely missed it. Alright, let's hope this works. I can't bite you. I can bite the other person. Look. Are you sure you don't have it? Oh, you already got one. Let's just bite a random person then. Have they finally fixed this animation? Because normally it would just... You'd do the beam thingy, the blood beam thing, and then it would freeze for ages. So it just ran up to me and bit me while you were running. That's funny. Oh, brilliant. Valerine. Or Valerina just typed... Oh! Thanks. Well, that was good. We made someone's day. I see the quest. Is this someone else who's in chat? Another scroll can be read properly. Excellent. That's how Khan likes to bite, yeah. Get him to kneel down, make a whole ceremony out of it. I don't know, man. I think I'm more impulsive than that. Also did a couple recently. Yeah, you'd think it'd be... It's harder than it looks to satisfy a couple, isn't it, Erin? Or maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just the limits of my prowess. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that worked. And Wilkin, hello there. A very gentle bite when someone was transforming me. Looked like it'd rip my neck off. Someone understands, right? Well, enjoy. And Zdenya, dare I say it, bon appetit. Right, where were we? I was about to print some stuff, wasn't I? And I was going to change this character's mount. Big cats. It's one of these, right? The Dromathra. The big Dromathra thing. Damn it. I don't remember what it's called. It's not him. Although he's pretty cool. I could just use him. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go with that guy. He's cool. The Shackled Titan. Alright. Back to more important matters. So if I can't pull off bombing, I'm going to stop trying to play PvP. Bombing is harder than it looks. Like, it can be very, very frustrating. So please give yourself plenty of trial and error. Like, in essence, it's quite an easy thing. But, you know, getting it right, having the instincts and the timing and all that, you'll probably fail. A handful of times. Especially in the early sessions. But yeah, have fun with it. I hope you do. Imperiex, the Dark Shadows series is amazing. Absolutely epic series about vampires. Dark Shadows, the old one. Like, the early episodes were in black and white, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Maya and I watched a couple of episodes of that a while back. We were just sort of browsing Amazon Prime or Paramount or something like that. Right, so a set of Null Arca body pieces. With a trait. Says if you, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. If you're reconstructing something, you cannot do it without a trait. But if it is crafted, then clearly you can. Yeah. Prime Video, yeah. Oh, nice. So it carries on. It continues to be really good. Because I thought the first couple of episodes were quite promising, but we were just trying to looking for something to watch in that moment. Not necessarily like a new thing to embark on. Lily, no, don't worry. You're not doing it. I'm doing it. And if it helps you, that's awesome. Hey, it's content. It's stuff for us to talk about and look at. Jack, braces, belt, guards, boots. But yeah, obviously, don't worry about the gear. I'm just now seeing what we can push on the dummy, which is sort of a dumb thing, really. Like, who cares? But it's fun. It's just fun to see what it is capable of when you tweak the gear a little bit. So a couple of daggers. Oh, let's just make them both charged. What the hell? You can go Nernhone charged, Nernhone precise, whatever. I remember when this was like the most sought after item in the game. Everyone wanted it. There are people offering you millions if you got one at the end of the trial. Crazy. Rakipa Kuta. Rapora Kuoko Kuta. I've done that shit too many times. Alright. Let's enchant these bad boys. Stick it in the bank, and we can go back to the little necro boy and see what he's capable of. Obviously, no banner or anything like that. You could definitely run banner with that setup. Lily? And I can give you all kinds of other benefits as well, but I thought just for the sake of keeping it simple. But yeah, Aaron, yeah, finally someone understands. Completely agree. Bombing is not easy. Yeah, be patient with yourself. Seeing someone failing also looks funny. It does, yeah. But it's probably no fun for them. I doubt they're the ones laughing, you know? We're the ones being like, oh, you almost got it. You got a couple of people. the words "nice try" feature prominently whenever there's an event like that and a lot of people are trying bombing for the first time.
Speak with.
Alright. Advancing Yakuda. And I just printed 2 things that I didn't need to, for fuck's sake. Always double check. I was a smart boy and kept a couple of divines in the bank. Whatever. I can replace them later. Okay. And we should be good to go then. I'm just curious. And I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But you could ditch the quick cloak and run banner instead. What does the banner actually have? Direct, heroism, and class mastery. Yeah, the Necro class mastery. Whatever, we'll take it. So we're going to try one more. You can already see the difference in the damage. Holy crap. Yeah, we can't sustain the Magicka. Can't do it. Ah, boo. Well, screw it. Let's forget the banner. Forget about it. That may just be an issue with the opening burst, but I can't be bothered, like, messing around with it. We're not here for that. Let's just put Quick Cloak back on and we'll just accept a bannerless dummy hump. I think that pre-buff kind of works, yeah. Yeah, Aaron, you might have to wait an hour or two for very good bombs. All for the content. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? And Tiago, I need ARP. You doing stream more 2 hours? And it's not perfect. Yeah, we'll be on for a while still. Yeah. Relentless focus or execute? I mean, neither at the moment. But yeah, for single targety stuff, you would run Relentless, wouldn't you? I'm kind of out of space here. I'm gonna hold out for the Arcanist ult, I think. It is a really fun rotation, I'll give it that. It's not that difficult, but there's enough action to keep it quite interesting and fun. Because the bare bones of it are a necro rotation, which is always cool. My dot prioritizations are not necessarily very good. I'm aware of some issues there, so I'm not quite doing it justice. Here we go, execute coming up. $137. And no like major discrepancies in the what you'll generally get with a set like Advancing Yukita, Highland Sentinel, you get more consistent results, right? You don't get the tall peaks and low troughs that you can get with more random crit chance, but yeah, that seems solid, doesn't it? Like, that is... For sustain that's that easy, it's not running the banner. 136, 37 isn't particularly impressive. What could I do if I halved that? If I got that down to, like, 4 seconds? 139? It's not like... It's not traffic stopping impressive, is it? This patch. But yeah, that works. Lily Dried, what do you think? And you could make it much simpler. Like, you could go with Quick Cloak on the back bar with the Black Rose dual wield instead. And then you're literally like doing a 30-second rotation. Or you can just get rid of... You could put on Rune instead of Grave... Boneyard. That's the word I'm looking for. But yeah, that's pretty fun. These three are basically spams. You're just... That one's every 3 seconds. That one is whenever it gets to 3 stacks. And that one... Sorry, you can't even see, can you? Duh. 3 spammables. Blast Bones is priority every 3 seconds. Tentacular Dread is second priority anytime it hits 3 stacks. And Escalating Rune Blades is whatever you do when you haven't got anything else to cast. Pretty fun. Alright, Vishy gonna lurk for now. Wanted to come back for the wall event, but... New World decided to release its biggest update in the last 4 years on exactly the same day. Guild Wars 2 is still new to you, so yeah, fresh and fun. We'll be switching between those 2 MMOs for now. Yeah, no worries, man. Come back to the stream and you'll be able to live vicariously in Tamriel through us. But yeah, we're going to be playing the shit out of the Writhing Wall. There's also more stuff than that. Quick reminder, guys, this Monday... We've got a huge raid train starting right alongside the Writhing Wall. Hey, Sammy Boo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in, appreciate it. I will be going to get Maya in just a minute, so the stream will go quiet for a few minutes while that happens. But yeah, Monday, big raid train starting. We've got starting with Bislobo, then coming over here for a bit. We're going to be grouping up with you guys. Anyone who wants to join us on PCEU, probably, maybe some NA as well. And we'll be doing siege camps and just getting a nice, easy start to the event. So you're in a big group, you're safe. You've got tanks, you've got healers. Other DDs you can hide behind, whatever. It should be fun. And then we're going to raid off to Pain in the Axe, who's an excellent, excellent DJ, and he's going to do a set live on stream and next to the Writhing Wall. It's going to be cool as fuck. And in the meantime, as if that wasn't enough, tomorrow, massive party stream right here on this channel. Please do not miss it if you're free. As I said, I had an entertaining encounter with the grocery lady. I was halfway through a shower when she delivered off bags mostly filled with beer. And I had to answer the door like bedraggled and half naked and whatnot. That was pretty funny. And PX have like 4 copies of Highland Sentinel. Let's try a gold one out. Did he try it? Yeah, this could be fun. I'm gonna try it. And you could tweak it in all kinds of ways. Yeah, Vishy, look forward to seeing you. And yeah, have fun in those other games. Hope that kicks a ton of ass. Cyborg. Woohoo! Exactly. Exactly. Insomnia Aaron, hello there. Alright, guys. I am going to hit the BRB screen. Please don't go anywhere. We're about to kick things up a notch. Or 3. When Maya gets here in just a few minutes, I'll be 4 or 5 minutes. It shouldn't be more than that. But yeah, I will see you shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more right after this.
Ba 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 na na ba 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 na na oh ba 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 na na ba 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 ba.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
Hey, we're back. Apologies for that. Thank you for your patience. Much appreciated. Thanks for all the blurbs while I was gone. Game over, man. Game over. The problem with having all of these aliens sound effects on the blurb is that I just want to watch the movie again. I am a sucker for that movie, big time. And the first one is wonderful, but Aliens? Chef's kiss. Alright, where were we? Should we crack on with something else? Lily Dryad, if there was anything else about this that you wanted to talk about or test, I mean, use whatever gear you've got, whatever you want. But, that, you know, there's a reasonable amount of cleave. You know what, I'll save it here. Just for future reference. Matrix, the fourth film, sucks. I don't know, man. I think all the Matrix films are overrated. Now, the first one definitely has some fresh things that it did. But all the others are basically not, they weren't worth making from an artistic standpoint. Or as a contribution to sci-fi or cinema or anything. I don't know. I don't think that's a particularly controversial opinion. But yeah, let's get back on the story train. Where were we with that? Dark Brotherhood. I see now 2 of my necromancers have the same mount. Yeah, that's no good. Need to fix that. Why'd you mention that, Tiago? It's not sucks, but compared with the trilogy, it's the worst. I honestly couldn't say. I've seen them. I re-watched the original trilogy when that fourth movie came out, and I thought it was a lot better than the third film. But the Matrix 2 and 3 are just dreadful. They're really, really bad. Some of the action sequences are very cool. I will absolutely give it that. But even then, it's some, and that's kind of a prerequisite for that kind of movie. So I don't know, it was sort of mixed feelings about the new one. On the one hand, it's like, why bother revisiting this franchise at all? What is there left to say? It wasn't very good. I didn't think it was particularly interesting or impressive. But then again, the bar was set so incredibly low by the previous two that... Oh, you love the trilogy? Then that's fair enough. I could see where you're coming from then. So I thought the first movie was interesting, but overrated. And I thought 2 and 3 were terrible. But I think that's like generally... Not to say that I'm right because popular opinion backs me up. Popular opinion is wrong all the time. But I think that's fairly sort of accepted opinion that Matrix 2 and 3 should be skipped. You know, it's a one movie franchise, that one. Or it should have been. Hey, Lily Dryad hopping into ear, so now I'm going to try this. Awesome. Just in terms of rotational structure, it's pretty fun. And another thing that I like about it is that there are things that cost different resources. So you got your blast bones.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey Peter, how's it going? Yeah, where was I? Sorry, Lily Dryad. You've got your blast bones costing stamina, and then if you're on a stamina DD, your rune blades will also cost stamina, but your tentacular dread will cost magicka. So it's not just a question of damage. You can tweak the rotation moment to moment based on, I'm running a bit low on magicka, I'll just skip that tentacular dread, or whatever. Or I'm running a bit low on stam, I'll cast a couple of bonus tentacular dreads. You won't lose a ton of damage for doing it, it's fine. Good afternoon and stuff, absolutely. And if Atlas is really sure, I want to see the trilogy next year. Again, I see. Yeah. There's a lot of fun. I love some of the characters and performances in the Matrix movies are great fun. I think Carrie-Anne Moss is quite underrated. And underused, actually, by the films. Lawrence Fishburne, obviously great. Okay, so this is a recap of what we did yesterday. This is where we were, guys. If you've just joined us today, Dark Brotherhood questline, we're not even halfway through. Chanted Nemus tricked Hildegard, and I killed him for it. It won't happen again. So this is the runaway werewolf girl.
I hope you're right. But why do the Akatosh priests seem to be moving against us? First the sermonizers.
Also, how do they know that she's in the Dark Brotherhood? That's not good.
Or is there something more going on here?
It should be a complete secret, you know?
Unusual request. The client wants to meet the assassin assigned to carry out the task before paying our exorbitant fee.
Yeah, so they want to meet the assassin in advance? That's not the way things are normally done, right?
It's rare, but not unheard of. And the Black Hand agreed to the request, so who am I to complain? I'd like you to deal with this one, Initiate. Go to Anvil Castle and meet with our client. I'm sure she's got a good reason for altering our protocol.
What's the cancellation policy on a Dark Brotherhood, you know, Black Sacrament? Because I can imagine it might be the sort of thing that could easily happen when someone's had a few too many drinks. You know, someone is just drunk off their ass and they get into a bit of a Barney with someone, maybe a family member, maybe an old friend. I don't know, but if it got serious enough, you might go home and do an inebriated Black Sacrament. Does the spell just not work? How do you think that works, guys? Oh, would you be able to cancel? Need more clarity on this. You know, the mechanics of it. How does it work? And Tiago, Thieves Guild seems incomplete and Dark Brotherhood feels the same, but maybe the problem is me? Incomplete? That hadn't occurred to me. They do end a little bit abruptly, especially the Thieves Guild.
Oh, didn't I mention? It's none other than the self-proclaimed.
But I think they're okay. It's
governor of
maybe because we're used to the zone wrap-up. You know, there's a sense of completing the map, completing the zone, solving the problem. And you don't get all of that from these more confined quest lines. They don't have that same sense of complete closure. I've exhausted this area. Everything is discovered. Everything is done. I mean, they kind of do, but you know what I mean. It's not the same as a Gold Road, for example. And Cyborg saying, Matrix is quite interesting in presenting dialectical synthesis. Multiple layers mapped to subjective idealism, materialism, monism. You want to expand on that? Dialectical synthesis. There's not a phrase I think I've ever used. Dialectical synthesis is a philosophical concept where you combine conflicting ideas, thesis and antithesis, to form a new understanding or concept. I think you're giving The Matrix far too much credit, Cyborg. I suspect you might be giving it way more credit than it deserves. If you listen to what the Wachowskis, who made the series, say about it, it's very much just an adventure film. Of course, it ties into the Platonic parable of the cave and interesting ideas about the perception of reality. But that is an extremely unoriginal idea to explore. Like, it had already been done a million times. It just hadn't been presented in quite this way before in a very mainstream movie. And I think the Wachowskis, like, you look at the kind of movies they've made over the years. They treat film a little bit like an anime. And I don't mean that in a bad way at all. They treat it as like a moving work of art. They want everything to look... Zack Snyder kind of does the same thing, but with him, he ends just making everything look like a music video, not in a good way. Everything looks sort of commercial and slightly cheap and tacky. The Wachowskis make very grand visuals, and you can't argue with that. The Matrix movies, especially the first one, it's got a visual style which is like fucking amazing and really fresh. It's not just the technical side, you know, the special effects, they were revolutionary, but they're all in service of making it look and feel... It looks like an anime put on film, doesn't it? And they were ahead of the curve in trying to do that. Yeah, I'm talking about not the ideas, but the interpretation. Right, so it wasn't made to be this, but it can be interesting as an artifact of that sort of expression. I'm curious, what makes you be a person that drops in the phrase dialectical synthesis randomly in conversation, Cyborg? Or do you just read a lot of philosophy books? Not a thing that I do.
Knowing Fortunata, it could be anyone. She's made as many enemies as she has friends since taking control of the Gold Coast. I'm sure there's a book about her around here somewhere. Oh, very well. With a fleet of
I like the
ships and
Pirate
armored
Queen. This is a fun
pirates.
encounter.
It helped that it's crawling with red.
Don't know, I actually really liked Speed Racer for the visuals. Thought it did a great job of making a live-action cartoon.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's a thing that a lot of people have messed with, isn't it? They've tried to do that kind of thing. And it doesn't always work, because often what you end up with is sort of style over substance, and I definitely don't... I think there's a little bit of that with The Matrix, but there's definitely enough substance there to keep it interesting. And a lot of the writing is really fun. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not entirely sure what you mean. I don't think The Matrix is... it never occurred to me that The Matrix was a deep movie. Like, I was very young when it came out, and I remember being aware, even at the time, that this was not an original idea. The idea that, oh, this reality is not... Like, that already felt like old hat to me, just as a kid. The movie synthesizes opposing philosophies, yeah, but which ones? I'm interested. You can't drop breadcrumbs like that and expect me not to follow. Are you talking about cinematic philosophies of storytelling, cinema, looking at society? Genuinely interested. Take your time. No rush. We're here. We're listening. I'll crack on with this in the meantime. Who remembers visiting the governor for the first time? She's big fun. Big fun. It's deep for a Hollywood film? I don't think so. It depends. Remember, Hollywood is a lot of things. Like, Hollywood made Saving Private Ryan and Benjamin Button and Inception. The Matrix is a freaking thin film of piss on a rock in terms of shallowness compared to those. And I'm not saying those are great movies, but they have depth. They're all sort of action-y, special effect-laden films which, you know, have some undercurrents which are sort of interesting and thought-provoking. Even Terminator 2, especially. Hell, Aliens, which we were talking about earlier. There's a lot in there about society, prejudice, capitalism, obviously fear.
Well, you look interesting. I'm quite certain I don't...
Hollywood paints in broad strokes, and the worst of its output is shallow beyond belief. I completely agree. Ted Mice, does that mean I don't need to use spell power pots with Merciless Resolve slotted? No, Merciless Resolve won't buff you. What you need is Major Savagery and Major Prophecy from something. And you want Brutality and Sorcery from something as well. You won't get that from Grim Focus. Oh no, you do. Sorry. What am I talking about? Yeah, Prophecy and Savagery. Right there. Of course, they fucking changed it. That's like the whole thing that they changed. So sorry, Ted. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But as long as you're getting Brutality and Sorcery also. And Tiago, yeah, look at videos on YouTube. People don't understand because they're not scientists. Something people don't understand because they know scientists. And oh, a glitch in the Matrix. Like old movies too. I think the distinction between new and old movies is largely false. And the more old movies you watch, the more it becomes clear how unoriginal a lot of cinema is. And that isn't necessarily a problem. But like we talked about earlier, when Moose was saying, yeah, can't remember, the vast majority of people are dumb as fuck. And I said, I'm not sure it's dumb. It's more that we're not inherently stupid. We're inherently ignorant. So it's fixable. It's also a more optimistic interpretation, I guess, right? Ted Mice need someone to craft me tripods. You should be able to make them yourself if you have the materials. And Twatter, Hollywood is in love with sequels. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Games industry is becoming the same. Because of what we were talking about earlier, the cost of making games keeps going up and up and up. If you're making, you know, a cutting edge mainstream game. And yeah, the prices are going up too, but not anywhere near as much as they should in a lot of ways. And don't get me wrong, I do not want the price of games to go up even more. There are more of them than ever. They cost more than ever, a lot of them, and yeah. And as a result, studios and publishers are getting more and more risk averse and making more safe and boring games. It's definitely a trend. But yeah, Hollywood is in love with sequels. That's one of the most dismal things about it. I think you're right to point that out. Cyborg, inside the Matrix, subjective idealism, outside materialism. Neo's final state transcends duality. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't find this to be revelatory or... I don't think that adds anything to my... I don't think I missed anything. I still think the movie isn't doing any of those things. It's like you watch a season of Star Trek, you'll find 5 episodes that do that. You know what I mean? You can't swing a cat inside a science fiction franchise without knocking over all of those philosophical concepts and many more besides. They just stumble into them because they're stumbling around, they occupy the same space. And writers will do this purposefully, coincidentally, completely by accident, sometimes.
Well, you look interesting. I'm quite certain I don't remember seeing you around the castle before. Even so, I do hope there's a good reason for this interruption.
But the main thought experiment in the Matrix is pretty simple, is it not? It's the idea that if you could have your perfect life, your perfect world, but it was simulated, would you go into the machine? Would you enter the Matrix? And it is for the most part depicted as it's a hard pass by everyone. No one wants to be in the Matrix. Like, that is antithetical to our very existence and consciousness as people. We just reject it inherently, except for the Cypher character. He comes to the decision that he doesn't care, and he wants anything. Anything is better to escape because he's without hope. So he would rather accept a fake reality where things are good than deal with true reality where things are difficult, extremely difficult in the case of this story. That at the heart of it is, and that is a cool thought experiment, but like I said, it's been around since before sci-fi existed as a genre. And the Matrix, most of what it does is stylistic in terms of bringing that concept up to date whenever it was made, like 1999, something like that. Maybe a couple of years earlier, I don't even know. But like I said, Maya and I rewatched the trilogy and then saw the new one not that long ago, and it was fun. But yeah, I'm quite resistant to the idea that we impose too much depth on this franchise after the fact. I think that would be a little bit. It's a little bit like me saying the Dark Brotherhood storyline in ESO is a fascinating treatise on the nature of existence and the sanctity of life and all this stuff. No, it's not. It's an adventure game. It just has those themes in it because human experience contains those themes, and you know that's part of making the story work, is that you have to tap into tropes and feelings and just stuff generally that we as an audience can relate to. That's just how storytelling works. And I don't mean, Cyborg, that these investigating it isn't a valid exercise, but I just want to make sure I'm drawing a bright line between, you know, picking apart a poem or a film or a book, whether it's trashy or whether it's Alfred Lord Tennyson, whatever, it doesn't matter, and seeking to find as much meaning as possible. That is very different from saying this meaning was designed or intended or valid. Like, there was a great movie critic called Roger Ebert who used to hold a massive film festival every year. And every time they would pick a movie and they would go through it and they would have, I don't know, maybe several hundred people in this movie theater, and they would call out. They weren't there to watch the film like a piece of cinema. They were there to pick it to pieces and say, this shot composition looks like a reference to Alfred Hitchcock's North by Northwest or whatever. And it definitely wasn't. They would just hit pause every time someone in the auditorium had something to say. So it would take them like 6 hours to watch a 90-minute movie. And Roger Ebert famously would say, we pause it every time we see something. It's not there, but we find it anyway. That is an exercise I can get on board with. And that's really good fun. But I just want to make sure we're not... Do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to separate the two.
You're just going to stand there all dark and silent? Well, I wanted to convey my orders directly so there'd be no misunderstanding. The Order of the Hour has expanded its mandate beyond the Kvatch Cathedral. That's a threat I can't ignore.
And hey Vizok, how's it going? And Fenrir Blackwolf, hello! So, but yeah, not revelatory, talking about the popularization of the concepts of some sort for wider sci-fi public. I think it's like a generational thing, right? We have to go back and pick up... We sort of revisit all the things that the previous generation did in terms of movies, because they've been forgotten about.
Oh, that is so annoying. Anyway, I'm sure Count
She gets
Carolus
really
is behind
pissed when
this.
we stay silent.
Constantly undermines my authority. Damn the man. I want you to kill Commander Marcus Scipio and show the Count that the Hour can't protect him from my wrath. Perhaps you could blink once just to let me know you understand.
Imperiex, yeah, Bisloba's on the front page today.
After you murder Scipio,
3 guesses. Actually, you get no guesses as to who we're raiding off to later.
scare the pants off him.
Maya already said yesterday, this is what's happening, this is how it's going to go. Because we've known, I think Maya's known for weeks that Biss was going to be on the front page today.
Not for weeks. It's not a thing.
She's known for a while. Welcome, this is the main propaganda of today's directors of movies and games that turned out badly. You're too stupid and you don't understand. Really?
I do like hearing myself talk, but this is
Sometimes. I think games suffer from that way more than movies. Because I don't think you can get away with that in movies. I don't think you'll be able to get away with it in games much longer either. But there's still this lingering idea that gamers are stupid, idle people. They're all teenage boys. And it's like, this is a stereotype which wasn't even accurate 20 years ago. It is long since out of date. But this is the way public consciousness works. You know, it's another thing that holds us back all the time. Stereotypes take a really, really long time to wear down and to shake off. So, yeah, it's definitely a thing. Like, if someone doesn't like a game or they didn't understand it. But yeah, that's a terrible line to take if you're a movie director. There was someone did that actually on the Witcher Netflix show, wasn't there? Specifically, they were saying American audiences are so dumb. The reason season 3 isn't very good is because we kept being told to dumb it down for the Americans. I can't remember who it was that said this, but it was all over the internet for a while. Like, it was a really, really ill-advised comment. Even if there is some truth to it. You can dumb things down and make them more apparent. Like, look at Peter Jackson and Helm's Deep. The battle for Helm's Deep in the Two Towers, which we were just talking about earlier. The Lord of the Rings movies do a very good job of not being very confusing. They ought to be. The Matrix, also, that's a great example we were just talking about. That could easily be confusing as hell. It's not. It's very, very easy to follow, even though it's dealing with relatively complex and interesting things, just because the storytellers knew what they were doing, and they took their time to do it properly. So, that never worked for me, that, the excuse for the Netflix Witcher show. Wilkin, is that an example of what you're talking about? But I must confess, it's not a thing I hear very often. And Glidebot, do you know if they have plans on letting us save scribing abilities per armory slot? I have no idea. Yeah, Glidebot, I don't know, is the honest answer. They ought to have done that immediately. I'm guessing they just didn't know how to make it work. Like, there was a little quirk within the code that meant that didn't happen automatically. But yeah, they got it. I mean, it's a pretty big deal that it doesn't swap automatically. I completely agree. I sometimes forget to swap that shit out between builds, and it screws me up pretty good.
It's all right to be angry.
Yeah. And Twatter, playing ESO is also immersing in a fake reality. Sword Art Online is a very real possible future. And with IA, we can the user be the main character in each story. So to make it clear, no, I don't think the Matrix is a deep philosophical piece of art. I have heard people claim that.
Move along. The castle has been closed by command of the Count of Kvatch, and do you know?
But yeah, I definitely support the picking apart of fairly trivial seeming pop culture for, you know, much more interesting artifacts of more interesting philosophical or cultural signal or depth or whatever. That's a really fun thing. My sister wrote a thesis for her degree on well, it wasn't just about Walt Disney, but it was about fairy stories and their evolution through time, and you know, their function within society, you know, parables and things that we do to sort of shore up a sense of moral ethics, I guess, a sense of sort of shared ethics and morality. You know, right and wrong, I guess. The letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, that kind of thing. And this is literally her thesis for her English degree at Oxford University, and I think she got the top score in the entire university that year. And it was in a one sentence, it was about Disney. Like, what could be more trivial than that?
Chanters, after all. But why in the name of the dragon god of time are you interested in the primate seal? I will not. That seal is a declaration and a confirmation of my faith, and look, I can't give you my seal, even if you took it from me.
Can we just steal it from her? I mean, she'd know it was us, right?
I find that, of course, I will not. By Akatosh's hourglass eyes,
Akatosh's hourglass eyes. Yeah. Well, thanks, Cyborg, for bringing it up. I've done a copy paste of that. I'm guessing it was like a book title or something that you posted earlier up. Just like a breakdown of the duality of those things, the two different worlds where the movie takes place. Sneaky time. Imperius, do you think movies are easy to understand compared to books? Yeah, I'm with Vezok. I don't think that's true at all. Like, there are some books that are like a Dan Brown novel is insultingly easy to understand. And he would probably be the first to admit it. Is that these are not supposed to be complicated or sophisticated.
You to the guard if I have to.
Whereas a Hitchcock movie, even though it's very mainstream, there are layers and layers and layers of creative expression on there that literature is often defended as like the ultimate highest art form. I think the extent to which literature has a superiority to other types of storytelling. What the hell? Why can't I pick up this damn key? There we go. I have to look at the wall in order to pick up the key. Good one. Good one, Zos. There's so many of those in overworld quests. It's been amazing. The direct line between the writer, the storyteller, the creator, and the reader, the audience. That is perfect. You know, it's literally just marks on a page, and there you go. And you've got a direct line into what they were trying to tell you, what they want you to see and what they want you to experience. But after that, obviously, it's massively subjective. Even if it's an audiobook, suddenly you've got another creative force in there. The actor. Even something as simple as an audiobook, you've suddenly injected multiple layers of interpretation and things like that, and other things that they can do. Do they do a voice for that particular character? Do they make that character Scottish? They're actually doing a ton that the writer may or may not have intended. And with a movie or a video game, particularly movies or TV shows, I guess, there will often be literally hundreds of creatives involved at various stages of the process. So what you're left with is like an incredibly complicated soup of like different creative influences and expressions, which ideally are working in harmony. They're working well together. But yeah, so you could make the argument. I don't think it would be this simple, but you can even make the argument that a movie, if it's well made, if it's well crafted, is an infinitely more complex and deep, profound expression than a work of literature. Like I said, I wouldn't make that claim. Just because a game has a lot of people working on it doesn't make it deep or interesting. But it can. Does that make sense? Yeah, a bit like this. Wilkin. Felix, reading has always been hard for me. Got better over time. I see. Sword Art Online, yeah, amazing series in video games and anime. Vezok could never enjoy it. Ted Meister. Wait, I could put Merciless Resolve on the back bar, like Foo. You can. Absolutely. I'm not even paying attention to where I'm going, or where I'm supposed to be going here. Hmm. And Glidebot, do you have an updated beam build for PvE DPS? I recently got rid of all my alts and I've been focusing on just playing the game. Updated beam build. I mean, Fate Carver, it's just the same as it always was. I can relog and show you, if you like. Yeah. But I don't think you need to make any changes, really. But yeah, it really depends. Are you doing it for dungeons, trials, solo? I didn't even see that guy. It's literally the one we're supposed to kill. And there's no marker on him at all. Isn't that strange? Whatever. Ted Mice, you gotta have a less apologetic attitude towards the game. You feel bad that you're high CP and you haven't done stuff. Don't feel bad. I'm over 3,000 CP and I haven't done the Somerset story. I'll get there. There are only so many hours in the day. We've got stuff to do, places to be. These environments are super cool. Again, like the Thieves Guild stuff and the Imperial City, you really notice how many environments they made that were like one and done. Well, not necessarily one and done, but like the wedding venue in Hughes Bane, in a Baz Landing. It's crazy. It's such a large and complicated set piece, and we literally visit it the one time in the quests. I mean, I don't mind it. I'm very grateful for it as a player, but I remember this bit. So he's literally doing the Black Sacrament right now. Naughty boy.
I suppose there's no turning back.
But yeah, Glidebot. I have all builds for all roles on one tune now. Want to get a good beam one on there. And Fire Trail, if you want to, if you had to pick one zone to be your favorite, one that speaks to you, which would it be? Orsinium, probably. And we just replayed it. Rothgar, sorry. Orsinium is the name of the DLC. Rothgar is the name of the zone. I just think it's really well done. Great world building. Good characters. Interesting. A little bit like what Cyborg was saying about the Matrix. There's some interesting stuff coming up about, you know, tradition versus modernity and progress. Things that are objectively good but go against some arbitrary tradition. And differences in religious expression. You know, people who want the same things ultimately. You know, a safe place to live, progress for everyone, you know, yada yada yada. They want the same things, but they have slightly different ideas about how to go about it. And how these things get complicated. It, you know, it's not terribly deep or like incredibly clever or anything like that, but it's just well done. It touches on all those points in a way which doesn't feel didactic and stupid. You know, when it's like turning to camera and going, "Hey kids, this is a game about this." No, that's the worst.
But I wanted to offer you something more. I can tell you who's been murdering your assassins.
Glidebot, yeah, I never had one. Checked out skinny stuff, but too many options. Many trials, dungeon. Okay, I'll relog in a little bit and we'll take a look. But the basic version is probably Herald of the Tome, Assassination, Adric Spear. If you want to make sure you have your own major resolve, drop Adric Spear and change it for Storm Calling. That's it. And then if you decide, oh, I want the Dawn's Wrath beam, go and get Dawn's Wrath. Adric Spear is the one you swap out, always. Well, not necessarily always, but generally. So you can pretty much make it work with, if you keep Herald of the Tome and Assassination, you can then pick the third one, Adric Spear, Dawn's Wrath, Ardent Flame, Storm Calling, Gravelord. Any and all of those work. You haven't done Somerset's story? Vezok, I've mentioned it most days during September. You're just outing yourself as a lapsed ninja puller here. Do I need to level support for Banner? No. All good. Yeah, no you don't, but you should. Yeah, if you want to use support line skill passives, you should level it up. Yeah, exactly. I'd say the hack series is rather than SAO. Yeah, you're out of my depth here now, guys. And hello, Not Pure. Hope you're doing well. There's like how I felt when I got this information. Sword Art Online made it popular, though. The hacks were before anime got mainstream. Yeah, you were definitely out of my depth. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Then why have you slipped past my
But I'm sure you're all very wise and insightful. Glidebot, I hard-focused PvP when I started playing this game a few years ago. Shortly after 400 CP, I got into NBRP, boosting for gold. Oh no. I'm sorry. Now I'm 2600 and I haven't really done shit in the game. And Tiago, bye everyone, go sleep, but stream open of course. Happy Friday guys. Well, enjoy the weekend, Tiago. It has arrived. Pretty much officially now for most of us. Well, Fortunata sent me, but not to kill you. Scipio is dead, she wanted you to know.
You murdered the commander. I see. Another one of Fortunata's insults. Pay to weaken the Order of the Hour, but killing a count is just a waste of gold. But you are one of the Brotherhood, and I performed your ritual. Let me pay you to kill her.
Alright, Maya is having some issues with the microphone, but we're going to try.
Then pass along the message.
We're going to try getting her on Discord so she can talk to you guys as well for a little bit. Exciting. But yeah, her microphone is doing very, very weird things. We don't understand. Alright, there we go. Wilkin, I love the Dark Brotherhood, but I really wish it didn't exist. Did your neighbor piss you off? Just set up a ritual and someone will figure it out. Well, it's depicted as having... They mentioned something about an exorbitant fee. So it immediately becomes only a tool for the rich. In my mind. But then that doesn't really hang with how we've seen it used in other games. Like in Skyrim, a little kid summons the Dark Brotherhood, doesn't he? Hey, Maya.
Hello.
Sounds like it's working. Good work, whatever you did. Ooh, the speaker's here. Maya! Nice.
I arrive in response to the Dark Sacrament, and look who I find. An interesting turn of events, don't you agree? One contract comes into conflict with another, and you're caught in the middle. That makes you the ideal candidate to sort things out.
All right, here we go. Speak of Tyrannus again, Maya. We like him, don't we? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Thank you for the greeting from Maya. She is here. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my energy high, but there are like a million things trying to distract me all at once. How you doing, Maya? Yeah, exactly. How did that Skyrim kid get a human heart? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
There seems to be a terrible delay on our end. What's going on? You all good? Your microphone doesn't seem to be picking me up.
What kind of delay?
I'm joking. Just it took you a long time to respond.
Yeah, because I'm muted, so I was figuring out where I was muted.
No, I know. It's all good. Globot saying I'm a Pla main. Gotcha. So then, yeah, it makes sense. You can have that. You just do it on the Pla and then switch between those Templar skill lines. Those are two of the most popular ones still. Maya! The ritual's very hard to perform, requires a human heart. Exactly. Not people saying, yeah, big weeb, mate. Do any anime stuff I know about. Well, older stuff's a bit saturated now. I was going to say, like, why is that a thing? I like movies, but I don't try to watch all films. Do you know what I mean? Is it just because anime it's just a smaller medium, so you can like sail that ocean end to end, whereas with books or films, you just forget it. I can't even. There's no way. Hey, Asterial, thank you very much for the sub. And thanks for all the blurbs, guys.
Hiya, hey Asterial, thank you so much for the sub. How's it going? Hey Lily. Hi. No, thanks for that. Asterial, apparently, I like it here, I guess. Yes, 17 months.
No one can say that the Brotherhood didn't
That's awesome.
discharge its obligations
How long
in
is that?
that
Hang on.
regard.
What's 2 years? That's 24.
Now we have a new contract.
So close. That's crazy.
And not all the gold in Anvil.
But yeah, how are you guys
can
doing? What did you
change
get up to? Obviously,
Sacrament is
the Murder Brotherhood.
Very good.
That's what we're doing today.
Seek out your sister Mirabelle
That sounds fun.
in Anvil Castle.
That's
She can
such a
provide
lovely
aid and
dark thing to
advice
do on a
should you
Friday
need it.
afternoon.
The secret exit in the dignitary suite is the fastest route out of this castle. Now go and fulfill the Night Mother's will. My dear Count, let's discuss the terms of this contract.
What are everybody's plans for the weekend? Yeah, thanks, to Blake Archer. Yeah, literally the first 3 hours of my day at all meetings are preparing for the wall. Yeah, they just announced there's going to be a massive maintenance. All servers will be down on Wednesday. It's like, really? The week that this event goes live and I'm doing a raid train? Last time we only had 2 maintenances during our 10-day raid train, which was freaking insane. Well, what are you guys doing to prepare? Out of curiosity. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and the fact that it goes live for everyone at the same time, it's just gonna switch like a normal event, and not like a massive maintenance beforehand. And they're like, "Oh, I don't know when is it gonna be live?" I don't know what Khan is doing, but I guess just showing us what other games we've got coming up. So Braid and what's it called?
No, I was turning you up a bit in Discord, that's all.
Oh, okay. I was just confused. And the last day of Gamesfest is tomorrow.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
But yeah, who's looking forward to a party tomorrow? Who's going to be partying with us? We're going to be starting at 10 a.m. UK time. What?
Could you sound a little less full of dread? Who's looking forward to party? Well, poor Maya. Maya's tired. But yeah.
No, I'm just sick. Sorry.
Yeah.
And having to be at work, so I'm trying.
So let's get you better by getting you drunk on stream. That's...
Yeah, Belorda, that's what I just said, yeah. The next Wednesday is going to be a big maintenance, just like during 10 Fest. We had 2 of those fuckers, which was wonderful. Yeah. Oh, Lily Dry's asking if anybody wants to go into Endless Archive in chat. That's cool. Not pure, much smaller. That's probably why there are around every anime. Is that the right chat? And a lot of anime are trash, or did I just miss some conversation earlier? Sorry. I'll try and be there. Can I drink too? Of course you can. Just drink responsibly.
The idea is that everyone brings an adult
absolutely.
beverage. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah, that's what we did last night. We did not encourage people to start drinking at the same time we did, for whom it was the morning. But it was fun. So yeah, let's see how crazy we're going to go tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. And yes, on Monday, the wall, well, it's not going to go down on Monday, is it? But we're going to start working on it.
Gonna get our hammer and chisel, start chipping away at that thing.
You wait, the maintenance will end up resetting all our progress on the wall. Oh, thanks, Erin, for gifting us up to Not Pure. That's
Oh,
appreciated.
Erin,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That's amazing. Massively appreciated. Just a reminder, guys, Maya is the one who's making the writhing raid train happen. Okay, so it hasn't started yet, so some of you might not even know that it is happening or what it is. It is another amazing raid train that we have organized, Maya has organized. We'll be part of it, but Not Pure is in there. It's going to be Bislobo, A Pain in the Axe, Kamul, like all the streamers that you know and love around here. There are 1 or 2 that couldn't make it because of TwitchCon or various things, but basically all the ESO crowd, one after the other, lined up like some sort of crazy supergroup. And yeah, we're just going to be raiding one stream after the other. And there are unique drops. There's a whole new event going on that is a once only thing. So hopefully it'll be a really, really fun, well-attended event. But none of this would happen if it weren't for Maya. So if you would like to show support for that, if this is a thing, if this stream and these events are a thing that you are glad exists in ESO, please do consider supporting us either on here with a sub so you get some ad-free viewing, or on Ko-fi, whatever. You can spend half the money and give none of it to Amazon that way. But ultimately, this is what we need. We're extremely grateful for the support that we have, but we still are on a very, very shaky foundation. So yeah, if this is a thing that you are glad that exists every month, please consider the cost of a coffee and just set that aside in your monthly budget if it allows. If you're a student or whatever, then we get it. We've all been there, completely understand. But yeah, I thought that was a good time, Maya. Sorry to put you on the spot, but Maya is literally the reason these things happen. Zos definitely wouldn't organize it. Bethesda are very supportive, but they wouldn't be able to do it themselves. I don't think anyone else on the stream team or anyone else streaming in the category really has the energy or the aptitude to put these things together. Those are their words, not mine. Like, all of them are like, Maya, I don't even know how you begin to do this. But yeah, these amazing events. It'll be the 3rd one this year, right?
Yeah. Well, not this year, but the 2nd this year, 3rd overall.
I knew we were going to eliminate the Pirate Queen eventually.
What do you get out of it, Maya? I'm actually curious.
It's fun.
Why the sudden change?
Explain.
What do you want me to say? I enjoy organizing these. It's really fun to put it together, and I feel like a lot of people spout the whole community, not competition, but I've not really seen many who do anything about it, and I actually enjoy getting to know the people in
Oh,
the community.
you mean creators who say community, not competition,
Not just
hashtag,
creators, but
and then
like,
do
yeah, yeah.
nothing to support that statement.
Yeah, and I kind of, when I started playing the game or getting to know the people, and not just content creators, and I saw the hashtag, I thought, oh, are they going to do something cool? Can I get to know the community? That would be so awesome, especially when we were new. But waiting for years, I never saw anything happen. I thought, well, fuck it, let's do it, and let's get to know the people that way. And it was great, because loads of people after the first raid train were like, hey, this has never happened in this community. There were so many people I didn't even know. I've never had a look. I didn't. And they're like, now they keep raiding off each other 2 years later. So that's, and I like trains, yeah, obviously. Where's the goat? But yeah, it just, there's a lot of talk of sort of community stuff, but nobody really does it. Certainly not long term, and I just really like the idea of actually there being a community. And if nobody does it the way I like it, I'll just do it myself.
She keeps a pantry on the upper level.
So yeah, be the change you wish to see in the world. Is essentially what you're talking about. This is a fun thing. Kind of like what Assyria was saying there. You know what, Khan and Maya? I think based on the conversations we've had, you two would be boss to hang out with. It is about exactly that. Not that we are awesome, but that people around here are great. We want more hangs, more stuff to do together, not less. And if they aren't generating themselves organically, it's like finding a, if there's nowhere logically for all of us to meet up in a bar, with my friends or whatever, maybe I'll just have them over for drinks and we'll get shit-faced in my house, whatever. We'll make it work. So that's kind of what you're saying, Maya, right? That you want the hang to exist, not necessarily to be created by you, but since no one else is doing it, okay. But isn't it also lovely, like being able to sit back when the raid train is in full swing? We're not online, we're not doing anything, but we're watching like Ash's streaming. She's going to raid off to somebody else. They're getting ready. People are popping off and following and subbing, and you're seeing all that excitement. That's got to make you feel good, right?
Oh yeah. That's what I was saying. That I love. There's so many people. Like so many would say said after that raid training we did a couple of years ago, where we had almost 100 streamers. So it was much bigger. And loads of it was not. I would never have checked these guys out because I just raid to the ones I know and sort of stuck to my little world. And suddenly there were 20, 30, 40 other streamers that I was like, these were all awesome. I'm happy to raid into them.
Yeah.
Getting to know.
I discovered Tatanko that way.
Same.
Yeah.
As I was looking through the category and who was streaming and checking them out and inviting, trying to get people to come in, and I saw Tatanko. I was like, he's really awesome.
And I know the governor.
And I was really delighted that he took part so far in both raid trains. Not this one, sadly, but the ones we've done so far. So hopefully next one.
But yeah, like Blake Catcher saying, we need a ninja gathering in the new year. I mean, no joke. That would be an incredibly difficult thing to organise, but Maya is kind of on it. We were talking...
Again, I'd love to do it. It's
before
just,
Bethesda... and, before Bethesda's... what should we say... What would you call it? Their reps? The representative team got decimated by Microsoft.
Yep.
Not even. Like, they were just destroyed the whole thing earlier this year. We were actually talking to them about it. It was only very early stage, but the idea of having an ESO official event, that probably we wouldn't be able to do that now. We'd just make it a Ninja Pulse thing, so it's an unofficial ESO event for Northern Europe or for folks in the UK. And that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
So you never know. You may be joking, Let's to Play Catch, but
the bottom line is, if I can find a way of paying for whatever needs to be paid for, whether if people would buy tickets, that kind of stuff, I'm happy to put stuff together.
And Peter, Maya's going to cook us pot stickers for a New Year meetup.
Oh yeah.
Like Ninja Village, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maya likes trains. That's the reason for this. And not pure saying you're the goat for organising all of this stuff. And Gebitsky, hello. Sorry I missed you coming in there. Bearing sweet rolls as well. Damn, those things look good. That sounded a little bit innuendo laden, didn't it?
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah, I did. All right, didn't mean that. When?
Scalamina, hello.
You think 2026?
I mean, I really wanted to do it this year, but obviously.
Right.
It's sort of kind of weird. I'm just going to put it out there, guys. I think as a content creator, you know, studios are used to just give. I get it. Making money, making a living as a content creator fucking is difficult. So I totally get it. But I feel like when I approach them and I'm like, look, I organize for free. I just want a happy weekend, whatever it is. You know, they're all like a little bit like, okay.
Yeah, they
that's
don't quite
weird.
believe it. Like, what's the catch?
Yeah, so they don't. It's like, no, seriously. I just want to help organize stuff. And yeah, so like, tell Bethesda or ZeniMax, whatever. Let's do one.
Well, the relationship between streamers, creators, and game studios is very transactional. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with admitting that on either side. That's the way it's got to be. But it can be more than that. Let's face it. If we were just interested in the money, we would not fucking be here. I would be somewhere else earning 10 times as much, like I used to do. But I would much rather be here doing this for a fraction of the pay. We've just got to be able to make it work. And so I'm surprised that there isn't a little bit more thinking outside the fucking box by studios as well as creators.
Yep. Yeah, like Bethesda and frankly ZeniMax. When I approached Gina, I was like, hey, how about a raid train? She was like, let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go. Well, she didn't say fucking. Let's do, a stream to kick it off with. Let's give everyone some loads of giveaways. And they, I hadn't done an event with them beforehand, but they were just trusting me. And the same with Bethesda UK. They've been absolutely fantastic.
Credit.
I love what likes to play as Catch is saying, yeah, I can drive around the UK picking a few people up. That's amazing.
You're right, though. Like, credit to Gina for just, you know what? This sounds like a good idea. Hey, let's give it a go. And from small seeds, mighty oaks grow, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. If I can, cover my time costs, I would love to just throw a massive festival and pay for everything, but I can't do that.
If we'd been doing this 10 years ago.
I know. I know.
We literally could have done that, probably.
Yep. Not kidding. Yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You guys are the best, and thanks to you, I've also found some other streamers that are really fun to watch. Yeah, the fun and relaxed atmosphere and talks about literally anything. And I learned tons here. You are the bomb. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you for the kind words.
Oh,
it's amazing. Yeah, no, it means a lot. It means a lot, and we understand it's a little bit boring and annoying. And I'm really sorry about it, but to keep asking for subs and support of the financial sort, hopefully one day we'll be in a position where sponsorships alone will pretty much cover the gamut, and stuff like subs and whatnot and cheers can just be a nice bonus. But yeah, we're most definitely not there yet. Although, Maya, you've made pretty amazing strides this year. Another thing Maya deserves credit for, and this is all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, if you like. All of these sponsorship deals that we've had, all of the fun things that have happened, the giveaways that are going to happen as a result of this raid train. Oof.
Since you won't leave, I've summoned the god.
I got busted. Shit. Yeah, all of these things are happening because of Maya's efforts. She's the one reaching out. Occasionally someone will contact us. But that's rare, as you can imagine.
I mean, again, it's starting to be more, common. But yeah, not there yet, but getting there.
To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? Can I assume that my little...
Wasn't there a train museum near Hull? Or was that York? And there are train museums all over the UK, I imagine. That's pretty funny. But yeah, thanks, Denya. And Nopyor, getting streamers together as well is very difficult. Even just agreeing on what to do is hard. I've always just chilled out and joined in when I can. Well, that's the way. That's the way. If someone else wants to organize it, that's definitely the thing to do. It's their funeral. I'll just, I'll be there and do my bit. Right, Commander Scipio is dead and Count Carolus has been informed.
That's perfect. Splendid.
No, she's so happy.
I'm going to overlook the way you so rudely barged in here and offer you a drink. Join me on my
I would love to know more about this character. Her backstory, the pirate queen is so interesting. Like, it's kind of sad that they paint the broad strokes of this really kind of intriguing figure, and then we never get to shade in the little details because, well, the story moves on, shall we say.
My wine, girl. You know the one. And bring something less expensive for my friend here.
Ewok Leafwalker, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday, happy weekend or imminent weekendage, everyone. You're watching Ninja Pulls. This is Khan.
This is Maya.
Yeah, and we're on fire today. I can feel it. Maya's throat is on fire because she's got a cold, but other than that. How is it, by the way, Maya? Is it worse than this morning or a little bit better?
Yeah, pretty shit, but yeah.
Your voice sounds great.
Kill or be killed. Take
Yeah.
If that's any consolation.
fight to keep what's
Back in a bit, His Royal Highness, the puppy, needs his afternoon walkies. Look, mode engaged.
honest about
That's funny.
Yeah.
Mirabelle.
That's why you wanted to try bombing. Yeah, the government is listening. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Yeah. Not pure. When hosting was a thing, it was a bit easier to organize stuff. Stream together. Yeah, they're great now.
That in a serving girl.
Try to do them once a week to introduce people to other streamers.
Very well, then. A toast. To
Yeah, the
taking
knock
what you
on.
can and fighting
Look at
what's
this
yours.
smile, by the way. This is a fun moment.
What did you do?
We'll drink to your memory, Governor, and to the glory of the Night Mother.
Mirabelle? She's one of you.
Life is fleeting, Fortunata, an illusion. And in the end, everything belongs to Sithis. Tell him I said hello.
She timed that trash talk just perfectly, didn't she?
I'll see you
Ah,
back
my
at
dragon
the
is like,
Tree
what?
after
What's
I
going
clean
on?
up any evidence of our involvement.
That's pretty funny.
You tell Maya about the little accident with the delivery lady. What?
That wasn't that funny. But it was an awkward moment. So the Ocado delivery lady was a very small lady struggling with bags full of beer because we have a big party stream tomorrow. And you, smarty pants that you are, ordered a lot of beer so that we can, we can redeem all those forfeits that you guys give to us. And I, like an idiot, you told me it'll be here between 10 and 11. I decided to jump in the shower at 5 to 10. Of course, 1 minute past 10, when my hair is full of shampoo, I hear a knock at the door. I hear the doorbell. So I, sort of fall out of the shower, sliding my way across the floor, quickly paused the podcast I was listening to, and grabbed a dressing gown. And, getting it on hurriedly when I went down the stairs. The woman was a little bit surprised to see me and say, sorry, I was in the middle of a shower, I forgot you guys were coming. And then the dog comes to the door as well. So I moved my left leg out to sort of bar her way. And the lady definitely sort of looked up and down. That's when I realized I was wearing your dressing gown, not mine, which is a little bit too small.
Hang on. Did you show brain?
No.
Okay.
As I said, there was no dong on display, I'm fairly sure. But the woman definitely did that thing where she sort of looked down to check and then snapped back up and looked me in the eye. Like a dude who just been checking out your rack or something and then realizes they're being, eye contact is being made. As she was handing me the bag full of beers. That was pretty funny. There was just sort of a shared moment of recognition. I felt very sorry for her.
Well, I thought I was in for some salacious details. It's kind of boring.
Oh, come on. It was just a random embarrassing moment before stream today. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I think it was a shower thing. But also she had just had a baby, so, boobs are sort of out of that bit. Oh, yeah. But she opened the door to the postman, and one of her tits was hanging out. And she didn't even notice.
Okay, that is not what I did. I did not have one of my boobs hanging out. Who was this?
Emma.
Oh my god. I think you told me that before. I'd forgotten that. And while I would never want to be married to that particular friend of yours, she was not bad looking. You know? So,
sure.
a bit of a treat for the postman.
Yeah.
Oh, damn you, Erin. I still have
think he
combat
actually
numbers.
I think he actually commented on it, which is kind of weird. Like, why would you do that? The lady's gonna realize. Possibly not.
I think a lot of guys would be like, what the hell just happened? Is that just... Are we living in a world where breastfeeding mums do that now? As a way to assert their right to just do their thing? Or did he think, was she hitting on me? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Hey, that's a good-looking guy. Let me flop my boob out.
yeah, exactly.
Like, that's the way.
The sad thing is that would work on 99% of straight men.
Hey, wanna come in?
Oh my god. Do you realize... Did you choose your words carefully, or...?
Oh, yeah, no. Happy accident. Hello, Meows goes the stream. Good, how are you doing, Solo?
Lily tried assert dominance. I like it, yeah. Yeah? And?
Yeah, I'd be like, where are the cameras? Am I part of a prank now? Yeah, true. I'd imagine that's what people would think. But yeah. Finally back, and Maya's here too. Yeah, hello. Dream team complete. Oh, thanks, Lena Elvira. How's it going?
Lena Elvira confirmed... It was you, right? Lena confirmed that the White Company is still going. I wasn't sure.
Why wouldn't it be going?
Because so many things are gone since COVID.
Right. Mating rituals have changed drastically nowadays, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look, boob. All right. I mean, to be fair, that's the easiest thing to just get your message across. This is the reward of fate for all the dogs that chase the postman. There we go.
There is definitely something to be said for a more candid approach to the whole dating thing. Like, when I escaped most of the dating in your 20s thing, when you can't just, like, go to a club or hang out and make eye contact with, you know, and sort of you know, and you flirt your way towards some sort of a relationship or a potential relationship. When you're in your 20s and you're a young urban professional or whatever, you kind of have to do that whole ridiculous dance of, oh, would you like to go for coffee? Would you like to go for a meal? You know? And just coming straight up and saying, hey, you want to go on a date with me? Rather than this sort of coy dancing around the issue.
Just flop the boob out. I mean, that's quite a message right there. Don't even have to say anything. Boob. There you go.
Yeah, but that might get you sent to HR though. I'm no expert, but yeah.
Shadow of the Vampire, great movie. Ninja's character looks like just like Willem Dafoe. You mean Khan's character?
Yeah, I guess so. This one.
Willem Dafoe, is that like from Shadow of the Vampire?
Would rather eat Pop-Tarts than go to a bar. Yeah, I know what you mean. But that was like the way... Maybe you really like Pop-Tarts, I don't know. But that was sort of the way it always happened for me. I tended to date through friendships and...
Want a taste?
Oh my god. But that's how it always worked out for me, right? You'd meet someone at a party
and they just flop a boob out.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Is that what you meant?
It's the... You know, you just make eye contact across the room. You know, they
can't just put his dressing gown on, and I was a gunner.
Yeah, you know, you undo your belt, give him a quick flash.
I mean, you might want to know, like, what you're getting yourself into, right? What's the point of waiting where there's, like, a third date or whatever people do these days? And it's all just, oh, that looks good. Yeah, okay,
Well,
cool.
it is, though, like, not just on things like Tinder, where the understanding is, are you DTF, you know? But just more verbally as well, I think, isn't it? It's much more normal just to say
right before you buy
what you're after and ask if they're after the same thing or if they're interested.
Yeah, I remember I was watching like this documentary about sort of dating in this digital era, and it was a 40-year-old guy who's dating 20-year-old girls, so like, ew. And you know that he was exactly that kind of guy of like, oh, I feel so young and all this shit. No, it's okay. You're 40. Maybe just act 40. You're not old. You're not anything. But like, don't try and act like a teenager. But he was saying it's kind of incredible that when he was sort of a teenager, those conversations were very, very different to what they are now, and they're fucking shocking. He was saying, actually. But then, sort of looking into it, is it something that they feel like they should be doing because everybody else is doing it? But yeah, he was just saying one thing that is much nicer is the directness. That like you don't. Yeah, if you sign up to certain, what's the word? It's not add-on. Well, you just a Tinder you mentioned. You know what those people are up for.
Yeah.
Or down for. There's no sort of awkward.
Everyone's already bought into the premise of this thing. Yeah, exactly. Just makes you wonder, like in 50 years, will it just be what you said? Basically, you just make a little hand signal across the room. You see, like, you make an O with one hand and then poke your finger through it, and then like shrug in the direction of the hunky gentleman at the other end of the room, and he's like, "Yeah, sure, let's go."
Lily, maybe Lily tried. Maybe I should try this sometime. At least they will understand that I like them immediately.
But it's a thing, isn't it? Like, we've all had that awkward situation where you're pretty sure the attraction is mutual.
I literally just watched an episode of Frasier with that the other day, where he just keeps calling his mates like, I'm not sure how to read this situation, and it is sort of an awkward one because she kisses him on the lips. Oh, does that mean then she does it to another guy? Oh, okay. Then she does something. She's got big revealing dress. Oh, she must be for a date. Oh, she's doing it for another reason. And it's just this whole episode of him. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not sure. I'm literally in her hotel room, and I'm still not sure.
That's what sitcoms do, isn't it? They take like a kernel of truth of relatively universal modern experience, and then amplify it to a stupid degree. But yeah, you're right. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That sort of slightly awkward. I'm not sure the best way to handle this, and because generally you're exposed to these situations when you are, I don't know, late teens, early 20s kind of thing. You don't yet have the sense of either confidence or a lot of the time just impatience or sort of acceptance, grudging acceptance that's like, oh, well, I'm just going to be me, and if people don't like that, then so be it.
Curiosity isn't a trait
Yeah.
I encourage.
It's a funny one. So Mirabelle's sad that we're getting the assignment, not her.
Astara just gave
You will Khalif Walker. There's more luggage than dreams once you wake up. Just made that up. Nice. Alina Elvira, if I become single again, rather than dating, trying to find new love, I'll just become a swamp witch in the woods. Not less hassle. As long as I have broadband for gaming, I'll be good. Yeah, right? Swamp witch. I like that.
Yeah, but that's the problem, Lena Elvira. If, hands up, guys, if you wouldn't be intrigued by someone who described themselves as a swamp witch living in the woods, who you'd interact with on
Gaming all the
Discord.
time?
And
Yeah.
if you're like playing games with them or whatever, and you get to know one another a little bit, first name
You're
basis
like,
kind of
"Damn,
thing.
you're cool, baby. Let's.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking inescapable.
Lily, I mean, the people who are oblivious to me liking them is tremendous. I think people also surely have become sort of.
Or they pretend not to notice because they don't know what to do about it.
Yeah. Or it's that thing, oh, I'm not sure. Maybe they're just polite. Maybe I'm just misreading it. It's, yeah.
When we first got together, I got in never like big trouble, but Maya got really frustrated, genuinely, with my inability to spot when what you said was real flirting was happening to me. And I was like, no, she's just being nice. And I was like, don't be such an idiot. Like, I'm not saying they're in love with you or anything, but you got to recognize when you're being hit on, for Christ's sake. And I was just like, this is not a thing that most guys know how to deal with, because unless you're a stunningly handsome, unless you're Leonardo DiCaprio, you don't tend to get sort of hit on throughout your life in the way that girls are. Girls have to learn this shit very early.
Yeah, I'm nice so much. But it was flushing boobs works better than being nice. I mean, literally, you know, it would it would have saved us a lot of things. I would be like, oh, you're flirting. Okay, I'm all right. Nice boobs, but you know what? I'm out. Whereas this was just, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely wouldn't have had a discussion about what that chick from my history class was really talking to me for.
Signals, yeah, right?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I think she's got a boyfriend. It's like, well,
Did she? So I get to do all the work and you wind up with all the glory? I'm
yeah.
a little tired of
Jokes
seeing the
aside,
shadows all the
you know, I
time.
do
Especially
wonder
when you're
where
a teenager and young. It is, yeah. It can be confusing.
social norms, you know, progress isn't imaginary. Sometimes it feels like society is just going down the drain. You know, that bit in American Beauty where the guy comes
She
down
wanted
for
to make
breakfast.
history with you.
Yeah, man. Well, when the kid comes down for breakfast in the morning and he says, "What's going on in the world, Dad?" And the Chris Cooper character just goes, "This country is going straight to hell." Sometimes I feel like that guy. We all do, right? Oh, man, it's all going to shit. But, you know, there are subtle ways in which we do make progress as well. And social norms changing and becoming less dumb.
Norm!
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a thing, right?
Yeah.
Typical.
Any hoodle poodle, I'm very, very sad, but I'm going to have to love you and leave you again, everyone.
Moore was the fourth one.
But have fun with Khan.
No! That's not true!
Up there that he uses from time to time.
Well,
Really? Do you have to? Can't you just bin off the rest of the day?
Yeah, good one.
Ah. Alright, well, guys, that means I'm going to have to leave you again for 5 minutes or so.
No, because I think you guys have heard me mention it. You know, I had an assistant who I've been training up for like 6 months. It's because I'm the catering, so it wasn't just my company, so I couldn't quite get rid of her immediately, but she sucked, but I really tried, and then eventually was like, yeah, no, bye. But I've had a week to train up a new one, because I've got a week off next week, so yes. That's been the fun few days, so yeah, I would love to have been the rest of the day off, but yeah.
But yeah, Erin, I feel you with that one. Now that I'm
Anyway,
older...
I'm just going to say thank you, guys, and if I don't see you later, I will definitely see you tomorrow for a party. If you're not here, I'm going to be very sad.
Emotional blackmail. Talk about being direct.
Have a lovely evening, everyone. See you later.
Guys, tomorrow, you down? Are you DTP?
Down to party!
Yeah, exactly. Down to party. All right, well, I'll be back in another 5 minutes or so. Stick around, stick around. We're going to kick things up a notch with Braid very shortly. And that should be a fun game to talk about. We can continue the silliness and the nonsense as long as we like. But yeah, give me 5, and we'll be right back. Thanks. Oh, no way, look at this. Come back to a hype train? What the hell? Oh, thank you so much, guys. Erin, specifically. Wow. Alright, Erin, one time a girl asked me if I was looking forward to watching a movie, and I said yes. She immediately booked the tickets for it, and I had an absolute blast watching the movie a year later. While going, I realized what was going on then. Oh my god. See, I think I might have picked up on that one. For those who weren't here just before Maya dipped out, we were talking about dating and sort of the awkward dance of, do you just come out and say it, or do you wait for people to pick up on it and all that stuff? And Vezo, okay, chat, you know the deal, streamers are gone. It's our time. We can take over the stream. Mobile typing is horrible. Yeah. Nice idea. And hello from Lurk. Hello, Rigor Mortis. How's it going? I hear you're going to be joining the Splint group, potentially, or is that in the bag yet? That'll be cool. That'll be fun. But thank you so much for the subs, Erin. Look at that. Google Oboyo, Fedge, Operta Boyo. It's a coincidence. Rotarotis and Yusuke Akimoto. Thank you so much for the subs. Really, really appreciate it. Bamboozled. Can't will be. Exactly. Solo hype train there by Erin. Really, really appreciate it. Vezok, so I'm looking for 3D printers to start printing my Iron Warriors. I opened the El Elegoo website. Pretty well known. Yep. Boom. 90% off. Oh, 90% RAM util on Firefox. What? I got excited. I thought it was 90% off something, and you were going to buy it. Just by opening a website? Yeah, why Iron Warriors specifically? Why are they your favorite? Because they had an abusive dad? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. What's going on there? Probably a Firefox issue. Used Edge and it was fine. They're adorable, funny, also the most neurodivergent Warhammer 40k Legion. Plus, Perturabo is literally me character. Lily tried. No! Gotta go. Wish you a good stream. Alright, we'll have a lovely, lovely evening. Lovely weekend. Hope to see you tomorrow. And thanks for the hang, once again. Erin, they are the most interesting trader legion by miles. Can be argued that the best legion overall. Cool. Yes, Rigor Mortis have applied for the Splint group. Between you and me. Let's be real. Seems like you're in.
Did she? So I get to do all the work.
Yeah, so we were nearly done with this conversation, weren't you?
I appreciate your discretion.
I feel bad for Mirabelle.
One more thing.
She gathered all the intel. I'm still not clear on why it is that we are going. And not her, but I'm kind of paying insufficient attention here.
Don't dawdle, assassin. I gave you a job and I expect you to handle it.
Yeah, there's something you need to know.
Yes, assassin. What is it?
The Black Dragon. This is the one who's been killing off members of the Dark Brotherhood. They were sighted near the ruins where I'm supposed to meet the Count.
I suggest that you proceed with caution then. Did this intelligence come to you by way of Mirabelle by any chance?
And Erin, I don't know if anybody sane would like Faris Manus and the Imperial Fists. I always thought the Space Wolves were kind of cheesy, weren't they? But I bow to you guys and your greater knowledge of 40k. I know almost nothing. Don't know if my pass is enough because of the DPS. DPS is... It's not really about the damage. It's more about... Can someone be bothered to put together the setup that... Or to learn the little things that lead to good damage. If that makes sense. Honestly, some people actually care about the DPS. But I think that's probably quite rare and quite dumb. I think most guilds that I'm aware of, where people have requirements and things like this, yes, of course, they need the damage in the content. But generally, it's just an indicator of... You know, in the same way that CP means nothing, but if someone's got a high CP, it's slightly more likely that they know what they're doing because they've been playing the game for a while, whereas the guy who's like CP 200 started last week. Chances of you knowing what we need you to know, pretty low. But yeah, I'm sure it's all fine. Rigor mortis. Sure, the right setups. Yeah, exactly. Just and Vezok. I even moderate on the Iron Warriors Discord server. No way. And I have a Space Marine 2 Iron Warriors group. I'm in too deep. Brother Vezok, for the Emperor. I don't know if I can do that voice properly, but I did my best. Hey, and Vezok, hey, the Crimson Fists are great, but the OG are so vanilla. Lena Elvira, 40k. There was a dating thing. When I roll up with my army to play the men, always assume I'm some kind of lonely female who wants to date. But yeah, no. I just want to annihilate your army, nothing more. Oh, that's cool. Another 40k player, actual tabletop player. That's fun. I'm going to tell Asara the truth. Mirabelle has been fucking around.
I had my suspicions concerning Mirabelle. Thank you for being honest with me. It's time I had a serious talk with our beautiful murderer.
Like I said, rigor mortis, if it's enough, cool. If not, I'm fine with this. Oh, thank you for the attitude. Unless someone is already at the DPS cap, I can add a shit ton of damage to anyone who asks. But like, yeah, as you're saying, it's not... Dummy is one thing. And not everything we do on the dummy translates to... Or rather, everything you do on the dummy does translate to content, but there are other things on top of that that have to be done. And if people are good at one but bad at the other, well then... Alright. Oh, you play Tyranids? Oh, holy shit. Lena Elvira just became, like, epic levels of cool. Is that the right word to use? I think for me it is. I always thought they were one of the most interesting ones. When I was about 10, I did have a few miniatures. I had a couple of friends that were really into Warhammer 40k between the ages of like 10 and 12. And it was just a lot of pocket money. You'd have to save up for weeks of pocket money to be able to buy even one box of these things. It's crazy. I was kind of interested in the Skaven. Anything to do with Nurgle. I thought Chaos, like Nurgle, Chaos Marines were cool, and the Eldar were really fun. But the Tyranid miniatures were... Maybe because they were so intricate, maybe they were more expensive. But I suspect they've also come a long way since then. That kind of really intricate model, it wasn't really... Like back then we're talking... I still think they had some lead miniatures. Maybe not actual lead, but you know, the soft metal ones. These days they're all plastic, aren't they? So yeah, this is a while back. Yeah, Rigmor is not particularly ambitious, but I do enough damage. Sounds good to me. Lena Vera, Tyrannid since 1994. I'm all bugs. Not pure. Funny thing to me is, as a trial DPS tank, is that the guys over 2k CP have less of an idea than the 500 plus, just in the finder only. Yeah, that's definitely true. That's why I used CP as another example of an imperfect way to measure it. Absolutely right. Yeah, the new guys are on the newer builds, and the older accounts are on older stuff and have never done trials. Yeah, it's not a good measure. But yeah, definitely a CP 100 or a 200 versus 500. That would probably be a relatively safe measurement to go off. To be honest, almost confused that people want CMX passes instead of logs. Well, if the group is shit, the logs aren't going to be useful. Like, unless the group is actually quite good... And, you know, I could see a really good player in a bad group, and I would have absolutely no idea what they were capable of based on... Because the group is a mess, they're rezzing 3 or 4 times, it's just... It's so easy, I can look at one number, and I can see the level of interest a person has in doing their job in content, or I can get an idea. It's a terrible measurement of someone's capability as a player in ESO, but it's the least worst option that we have. But yeah, if someone has good logs, that's obviously the best thing. But the better the logs, the more they just look like a CMX report, honestly. Also, there's a tendency to draw a distinction between damage on the dummy and damage in content. They very, very much go hand in hand. I think I know a couple of players who were bad on the dummy but good in content. It's extremely rare. There's plenty of players who are good on the dummy, bad in content, but it doesn't really go the other way, if you know what I mean. But like I said, it's just the least worst option. Tyrann, it's a great choice, they're adorable. Like some Blake Couch. I wanted to join the Splint group, but was waiting until after event. Was likely to be a decent CP then. Well, throw your hat into the ring. Not pure, yeah, it could also be the bait finder that does that. It's just a bunch of randos. Yeah, that's true. You know more about that than I do. I don't use it often enough, to be fair. I've never been cool. Well, today that changes. Or it's just like the thing you didn't realize all along. You know, the same way that Erin and I didn't realize we were being hit on or whatever. Or people don't realize they're being hit on, or that we're hitting on them, or whatever it is. That's what's been going on here. I'm scared of you, Lena. Log shows so much more. Yeah, if I can play or not. Tyranids is so funny. Yeah, it's a great idea. They executed it really well. Necron's fanboy over there. More new school then. Nice. True arcane power that Ewok has developed by practicing on soloing world bosses. To maintain high DPS while performing the mechs, anyone Teddy can stand in front of a still target. I don't know, world bosses, you don't really have to do anything there either. And you don't even have a chance to do a proper rotation. They die too quickly. But yeah, that's not to say that's not a useful thing to do. But I think people get anti-dummy humping, and I've got very little truck with that. There's a massive... There's a whole series of myths in this game that are very unhelpful to our ability to just play the game and enjoy it together. And this idea that dummy humping is for idiots, or that it is pointless, or that dummy setups aren't the same as normal setups, it's like it's all a lie. And people should just cut it out. I don't really know where it comes from. I think it comes from the fact that you can't be good on the dummy and expect that to automatically translate into being really good in content. Clearly, that's not true. And a very small proportion of people might make that mistake. But then for a huge part of the community to overreact in the opposite direction and say, no, dummy humping is for stupid people. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't help at all. No one here is saying that, but I have legitimately heard that claim being put forward, and it's simply not true. It shows a willingness to practice, a readiness to learn, you know, and an understanding of optimization and how that works, and crucially, a willingness to do it. If I'm a raid lead and I'm choosing between a player that says how much they love the game and a player who has demonstrated... Ultimately, I'd go for the person who's nice to hang out with. If you want to know how to get into one of my groups, that's it. That's the real reason. That's the real way. Just be cool. Just be cool company. Nice company. And, you know, people who can take criticism, who can offer ideas without just taking over the voice chat. It's a giant pain in the ass to have, you know, egos like that. Egos that need to be tripped all the time. And... yeah, that's priority number one. Just be sound. But yeah, if I'm choosing between two people I don't know, in terms of social skills, I'm definitely going to be interested in the one who's demonstrated a level of flexibility. or versatility as well. Because a lot of the people who say, like, oh, I'd stay away from the dummy because I just do real content, they're often the same people who will run Oaken Soul or who will run one setup everywhere. And, you know, that dealing with those people and having to explain to them why everyone else is switching sets and doing a much more effective job than you. Could you please do the same? This is an awkward conversation I've had to have a bunch of times. And, yeah, I'm happy to have it again. Especially when I know someone's going to listen. Easy peasy, no problem. But I'd rather be spared the conversation in the first place. You know, if someone comes in with the attitude, ready-made, ready to go.
I'm not used to being
And hey, Jester, how's it going?
So
CP200 is a new player. 500 is obviously someone's secondary account.
And forget all about that dreadful ritual I had to perform.
Yeah, not looking passing, but I prefer my method. They're completely, yeah. You're absolutely right. They're completely different, Ewok Leafwalker. Like, being able to solo a world boss demonstrates something that is utterly different to the ability to kill the dummy in, say, 3 minutes. They're a completely different thing. Like, one of them is the ability to sing, and one is the ability to walk. But I'm with you. That is an underrated tool for newer players, I think. Especially now that world bosses are so easy to solo. Yeah, there are no bad factions in Warhammer Vezok. Every faction just appeals to different people. That's probably fair, yeah. True enough. True enough, Rigor Mortis. And not pure. CMX, I don't fall over. In content, I fall over. But I have fun either way. Never been in a call, though, so find the bait too much fun. Right. More fun than sweaty clears. I mean, being in a prog group, it's cute when people think that that means sweaty clears and face rolling. Usually, it means wiping, and wiping some more. Because the raid lead isn't quite happy. You actually have a goal. You're not just there to clear. You want to get good. And that means, no, we fucked it. We have to wipe it and start it again. Get fucked, you know? Like somebody catch. I played across all platforms. I'm CP 1300, Master Crafter on Xbox. 500 CP both servers. Gotcha. Yeah, CP doesn't... It's not a big deal, basically. Join. Go ahead and join. Don't worry about it. And Rigor Mortis, to be fair, I'm often scared because of my dungeon tank. He lately said he want to break someone in two. Oh my god. Vezok. This 3D printer is the best way to get into 3D printing. Checks price. 1.2 thousand euros. Yeah, bro, no. Yeah, that's a bit of an investment there, isn't it? Rigor Mortis, that was a little toxic against his girlfriend. Only a little bit, trust me. And Ewok Leafwalker, not Prime. At CP 900, we ran an Unchained Thrilling Trifecta in 17 minutes. Not sure what not Prime means. 1 minute away from world record, not bad for a non-passer. Yeah, but being a I don't know what that means. Also, pass? Let's be clear. That is a pass. You don't pass on the dummy. The pass is this is a distinction I love to point out. This is a pass. You're the record of what happened. The deconstruction of what happened. What you do on the dummy is a DPS test. Also known as practice. So I don't think anyone should take pride in calling themselves a non-practicer. Hey, I played this violin piece, but I never practice. Well, you do. You just practice in a different way. There's no difference between practicing in content and practicing on the dummy in terms of the goal. The goal is to improve. It's just the nature of what you're practicing varies. If people do nothing but, like, they buy the game, they create a character, they farm a bunch of gear, farm a bunch of XP, and then practice on the dummy for 10 hours, that is not going to get them where they need to be in my raid group. Absolutely not. But if someone's just bibbling their way through content and they never check to see what damage they're doing or what they could be doing better, equally, that means they're utterly unprepared to be in any reasonable trial group. I think the distinction is false. That's all I'm trying to say, guys. And I've been in enough streams where I was a viewer, a member of the audience, and I did not want to get into this when the streamer or their viewers are saying, yeah, people who practice on the dummy are so stupid. And I've just not wanted to get into it. But since this is my stream and I've got the microphone, I can assure you that is completely wrong and a complete misunderstanding of what it is for, of what people use it for, and what it can do for you. People shouldn't be so frightened of things that they don't do or are unfamiliar with. That's how silly ideas take root, you know?
I'm not used to being ordered about by a clandestine organization, so let's get this over with. I'd prefer to...
Yeah, not pure is kind of saying the same thing. Dummy humping is practicing a rotation, so that when you run the content, you at least know how to do it. And then when to stomp on the boss and finish them. Yeah, I'm very flexible, I can touch my toes. Erin, becoming more attractive by the moment. Don't think dumb for having, I had, never did, don't need it. I don't think anyone needs it. But again, why get so... Why are people getting so ideological about it? It's very strange. It is like it's like I'm gonna go for my piano lesson, but I'm not gonna practice that part of the piece. Don't allow yourselves to be put off by stupid things that are said on one side. Don't let them push you into a silly position on the opposite side. Just stay chill and in the middle and be open in every direction. Is what I would suggest. Apart sometimes, but not every week, we're running Mindmender now. All vitality until Unsol execution. I don't think there is such a thing as a full-time passer. I think that's a myth, Ewok. Nobody does that. I pass sometimes, but not every week. I think that makes you a passer. You are the person you're criticizing. If you visit the dummy once a week, or like once a month, you're probably doing it more than most people. So maybe we're talking about the wrong thing. I think you might be imagining a group of people that genuinely doesn't exist. No one spends that much time on the dummy. Some people go through phases where they will really try to improve a specific thing. Like, oh my god, my weaving, I'm missing so many light attacks. Or, I suck at necro, why can't I... You know, and they'll go through that thing and then they'll use the practice to get themselves through that particular phase. But just the main characteristic of an established prog group is that you have a catalogue of running jokes to fall back on. Yeah, that is one of them, that's true. Every good prog group has a dedicated joker, or 12. I agree. You mean bad jokes? Ideally not. Yeah, I don't... Ewok, I don't understand. I don't know... Prime? I don't know what that is. But yeah, you don't run with Mitch Robs. Or anyone also on PC. I don't run... How do you know I don't run with Mitch Robs? How do you know I don't run with anyone who's on PC? I'm confused. But yeah, what I meant was Prime is not easy. I don't rock solo builds. Use my trial build to solo. I was only saying that I run into many, many trial players that are high CP that are not good while doing mechanics. Yeah, well, I mean, I'll only say I think you've been very, very unlucky. I've been running a teaching guild for nearly 5 years, and these people are rare. Trust me, I've met the ones you were talking about. I've met them too. But yeah, always trolling in the dungeon group. They love it. Likes to play catch. Done all vet trials except Aussie and Cage. There's Magsork. Blah, 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 blah. DD Brooklyn, DK Tank. This is all on Xbox. Nice. Rigor Mortis Tank. Rigger, we could run faster through Stone Garden, but we should need more DPS. We only have Belorda and you, but your DPS is nothing, bro. I mean, if people in the group are actually saying that to you, what? Is there any seriousness to that? Or is it just like taking the piss to pass the time? It sounds like you know some strange people, Ewok, yeah. Saying for the people I know that pass all the time. Yeah, that's a bit of a red flag.
I already told your associate everything I
But
know.
like I said, it's often a phase. Like people get used to the game and they discover, oh, there's this thing, like I can measure my DPS, and suddenly that becomes totemic as to how good a player they are and their connection with the game and how much they've learned, and it becomes a thing that you want to increase, like leveling up. It taps into that same kind of completionist or progression mind state that games love to ride, to surf. So I think that is what happens. A lot of people go through that phase, and it is regrettable, and I sometimes wish I could say to them, don't spend so much time on the dummy. In fact, I do. When I detect that someone's doing this in our channel where they post CMX reports, I've found myself quite often saying, remember to just run the content. Don't worry about the DPS. It'll come on its own. It will come on its own. It's cool that you're visiting the dummy from time to time, but, you know, just use it to check where you're at, see where the damage is missing, and so on. But yeah, honestly, being socially inept or stubborn, those are the only real things that are a problem. Do you know what I mean? If someone comes to your group and they're really great fun, and they're prepared to listen to criticism, they have social skills, they're not too shy, they can, you know, they can talk back if someone steps to them wrongly or whatever, that is a huge weight off your mind as a member of the group, not even as a raid lead. And then, yeah, if they're not very good as a healer, or they die a lot, or they're not very good at damage, you can teach them all those things. If someone comes along and they're an amazing player, but they're a real piece of shit, and they have absolutely no idea how cretinous they are socially, because that's the problem. You can't tell someone they're a moron, because if they, you know, the whole point is that they don't have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. That's the problem. So I'd always much rather have a good person than a good player. Ideally both, but if I had to pick one, good person wins every time, because anyone can learn to play this game. It's not that hard. Whereas apparently for some people, learning how to behave alongside other people is all but impossible.
Of course.
I guess that's where I draw the line at the end of the day. And we've got prog groups at all levels, so I encourage raid leads to set their own requirements and to adjust them if they feel like it. Like some groups put up their DPS requirement after subclassing, others didn't, because they didn't feel the need to. And ultimately, it's their group, their choice. And if they make if they put up silly requirements, then they'll just get less awesome people applying to be part of their group. I think that's what it comes down to, right? I think we can all agree there. I hope. You like to play catch. Secret Sky Shards, we send new people to collect. Vessel got rage quit Firefox and downloaded Brave. I see. Ewok, I was asking Ninja. I forgot the question after Mitch Robs. My apologies. Right. I know the name. I don't think we've ever been in a group together. Not pure. I sit on the dummy when there's no bait to be had. Erin, brave choice. And Lena having a lurk. Alright, fair enough. The only thing I pass is my exam, LeBro. Hey! I was in Oakwey's chat yesterday evening, and they were laughing at some guy who was, you know, hate whispering him. It was the dumbest stuff. I mean, it always is. There's never been a hate whisper that isn't incredibly silly, I feel like. But Pain in the Axe was just joking around, and he was in game as well, so he whispered Oakwey on stream and said, the only thing you can kill is my brain cells, or something like that. Oh, pretty good. You just reminded me of that, LeBro. Rigor Mortis only the tank, but he loves trolling me. Right. I'm sometimes not sure about it, but yeah, I only know weird people. I have to admit, we often have a lot of fun running dungeons, doing progress. Yeah, dungeon group is the best. It's so much easier to manage a group of 4 friends than it is a group of 12.
If I'm gone too long, I suspect Primate Artorias.
In a trial group, there's almost always one person at least who's a little bit quiet or a little bit of a problem. But they're not causing enough trouble that you actually anyone wants to push them out of the group. You don't want that.
Oh, very well. What's a few more moments when I get to spend it?
But yeah, interesting conversation. I hope I expressed myself reasonably well there. Yeah, for example, the tank died on the last trash in Stone Garden, something like that, and he died. I teabagged him. This is a payback thing. Yeah, I mean, out of context, it sounds like a toxic fucking group. But I'm sure, in context, it's a real giggle. Yeah, well earned for him. But I forgot this is the best DB storyline. It is very, very good. It is good. It has twists and turns and stuff. It doesn't hit as hard the second time you play it, or if you're talking over everything, like I am. So Ewok, yeah, we do. By the way, my name's Khan. And the lady you heard earlier is my wife, that's Maya. So she and I run Ninja Paws together. Ninja Paws is the name of our guild. And yeah, actually, we're a Trials and Dungeons stream, primarily. It's just over the summer. And then during September, I undertook to do every story in the game. So maybe that's why you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's playing story. What does he think he knows about Trials and Dungeons? Maybe that's actually fair enough. I didn't think of that. The people who just started watching recently, and all they've seen me do is go over story content and laugh at how easy it is. They go, dude, that does not make you good at the game. Just you wait. But yeah, I tend to do a lot of trial tanking these days because I don't know when this happened. We had too many tanks for a while. Then suddenly the coin flipped and it went the other way. And we didn't have enough good tanks. So I'm always being called on to tank in the prog groups. But yeah, that used to be like practically the only thing we streamed was just dungeons and trials all evening, all day. Yeah, first time in here, exactly. So yeah, fair enough, fair enough. And Wilkin, yeah, I totally agree with you. I have a few friends who stopped playing raids in MMOs because there was always at least one toxic person. And I didn't even mean toxic necessarily, but one person who's a bit of a not quite the ideal fit, but yeah, sometimes it's sometimes they are a problem, and I've definitely been in a lot of groups where the raid lead is just putting up with that one jackass because we'll probably get the trifecta in a few weeks, and we can all put up with that bullshit rather than replacing them and maybe pushing the prog back a month or whatever. Like, that can easily happen. But yeah, there's always one toxic person no one wanted to kick because they needed them to make an instance. Yeah, not toxic, rigor mortis, it's just a lot of fun. I would have thought so, yeah. Khan, like Star Trek. The Turkish spelling, K-A-A-N. But yeah. Yeah, exactly like Star Trek. I think they have a common derivation, so yeah. Just spelt slightly differently. Ewok loves questing, came from Skyrim. Same here. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. ESO I expected to be a seriously weak game because I played other MMOs and they're not for me, really. They tend to be very shallow in terms of their storytelling. Combat systems tend to be, well, they're very different. They're not very action-oriented and not very entertaining for somebody like me. I'm sure I could learn to love them, but I really tried and I struggled for the most part. Although I did have a lot of fun with Star Wars The Old Republic. And then when ESO came along initially, I don't know, I thought the world looked pretty fun and cool. The characters were kind of interesting a lot of the time, but I did not realize until I'd been playing for quite a while just how good the combat system was. and it sort of clicked for me. Then we started doing dungeons, going into trials, and we formed a group that we. This is my thing about, like, people talk about there being gatekeeping in this game. This is what my experience was. We got together a bunch of friends from a completely casual guild, and we just thought we'd try to do a static group once a week. Had the same 12 people, and we would teach each other and ourselves how to do all the vets, all the hard modes, one at a time, just going up. And I emerged as the raid lead. Maya emerged as sort of the admin, and before you knew it, she was running the guild. We'd set up our own, and suddenly we're doing teaching workshops every time there was a new set of rotations, a bunch of patch changes, and a new class would come out. We'd make guides for them. People started saying, can you put these on YouTube? They'd be really good. And I was like, only idiots have YouTube channels. No one would watch any of my YouTube videos. That's crazy. And then, of course, we did it, and now we are on Twitch as well. So, yeah, we just got sucked in during COVID. First by the game, then by the community, and then by the content creation thing.
Assassin.
So I'm, in many ways, an unwilling participant in all of this. Bezo, you're telling me that you are not Ninja and she is not Pulse? That is exactly right. Khan is is in a weekly NFG1 rock group, Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's too unstealthy to be called a ninja with his bright blonde hair. It's not that bright. NFG1 is really hard. No one will survive. Mirabelle, what are you doing here?
If you must know, Astara sent me.
No, she fucking
Order
didn't.
of the hour's activity.
Astara did not send you.
Siege weapons.
Man, Mirabelle, you smell that? You smell that?
Building an army out here. Saw right through that, did you? Astara didn't send me. It was a lie. I'm here without contract or permission. Just one thing.
It was her buddy that died, right?
Dragon and make her pay for what
Simba.
happened to Simbar. I heard her voice and I'd recognize it anywhere.
You shouldn't
going to
face
stand
the
in
Black
my
Dragon
way?
alone.
I don't expect you to understand, and I don't want your help.
Fine. I don't love it that the plot is moved forward by incompetence. Not a good look. The hell was that guy doing? These animations are brilliant. Love it. Stealth in video games will never not be funny. That I just burned down something over here and she's just walking around. Blissfully unaware. That would be the most... That seems like the most elaborate and unnecessarily... like, risky way of killing someone. That you sort of twirl the knife in the air and then throw it into their back. I would so fuck that up. Before you know it, you've severed your own toe and you're being arrested for attempted murder. Right, enough about that. We have not got long before we need to go to our next game today. We got to go and play some Braid, then we got to raid off to Bislobo, the man himself. I think he's having an absolutely stonking day. He's on the front page of Twitch today, which is fucking awesome. That is genuinely quite exciting, because he's a buddy, and we want this to be a massive day for him. So, I should wrap it up before we take too much longer. But I'd like to do a little bit of this, and then we can hop over to Braid.
But only so long as they remain
And the pardons we were promised? Much of my crew is wanted for crimes throughout the Gold Coast and beyond.
Everyone who joins the order has their offenses absolved, both religiously and legally.
Stop the negotiation. Stop the initiation. Aaron, are you saying that Scandinavians can't be assassins, or... Bit racist, isn't it? Oh, the little twist of the knife. That's pretty fucked up. Knifing them through the back of the neck and, like, twisting it slightly. Ugh. Damn. Erin lurking. Alright, I've got a real noob question for you guys. When you lurk, does it mean you stop listening to the stream? So if somebody lurks and I'm like a couple of minutes late in responding, will they then not hear what I'm saying? I know this is different for everyone. When some people say lurk, it means I'm going to mute and minimize, but leave the stream running in case it helps. Other people are just saying, I'm going to go quiet for a bit, but I'm listening. Not pure, I'll be taking my leave now, mate. It's 2 a.m, so I'm asleep. Catch you soon. Thanks so much for hanging out. Awesome to actually hang out and have a chat. Always. And yeah, have a good sleep. And thank you for staying up late and talking with us. Really appreciate it. Minimize never, but often muted if I'm lurking. That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, because Maya and I were sort of... She was pretty sure that generally it means, no, people are still watching. They're just not, like, going to be actively participating in the conversation. And I said, yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. Damn. One little shit escaped. Apparently, I've been in combat for 2 minutes. I guess the assassination move is like killing a bug or a critter. It puts you into combat. Viewing, for example, YouTube. Yeah, I see. Rigor mortis. Viewing streamers unmuted is a rarity for me. Only streamers I like. Ah, thank you. See, I will sometimes leave a stream running to support a friend or someone I've just raided off to, but I need to go and get on with something else. But generally, I like to hang out. I don't want anyone to think that I'm playing a game by sort of showing up in order just to get a shout out, you know? So maybe I view things a little bit differently because I'm now running this channel so many days. But if I'm going to hang out and chat to one of my friends who's streaming, I'll try to make sure I'm there for, I don't know, half an hour at least. There's that knife twist again. Man, that is fucked up. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. And now that Erin's gone, I think we can turn these off, can't we? 1 or 2 German streamers? Maybe only 1. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks, Rigor Mortis. No, it's very kind. Oh. That was a little delayed. Did you guys see that? She did the stampede move, but then just kind of hung there and then did the slam like a couple of seconds later. YouTube was a suggestion from Belorda, and she's right. Yeah, Belorda seemed to discover this channel early on in September, and she's been here a lot. It's been really fun. We've talked about a lot of things. Belorda was right, is a common saying. That's true. Yeah, for real. I'm stupid. Where? Man, just tired. Yeah. Well, it is coming up to 4:30, so I should make the switch to another game. But by the way, guys, this is gonna be... We've only got today and tomorrow left in Gamesfest, so for our penultimate game, I went with something a little bit more personal to me. This is an indie game. It's a little platformer called Braid, but it's really, really weird and interesting, so I'm hoping we can spend a little bit of time in there before we raid off the Bislobo, which is going to be a ton of fun. So strap yourselves in. Get ready. I am just going to flip the category, the stream category. I wonder how many people are watching this game. I bet it's like 0. Yeah, no one. No one's watching. So we're about to change that big time. So this is an indie game from... Ooh, I was going to say it was like 2011. But I'm not actually sure. Let me just look it up. 2008. Wow. Wow, it's older than I thought. Oh, so by the time I played it, it wasn't even that new a game. Anyway, we'll get into that in just a moment. I'm just going to fire up the game first. What are you playing again, Mr. Khan? It's a game called Braid. You'll see it in just a moment. I'm just updating the category on YouTube and Twitch. It's worth doing just to be clear about like what the hell is going on. And yeah, all will be revealed. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a fun game to watch, I promise. It's very, very clever, very, very weird. I mean, if it's a game that I like. How could it be any other way? Here we go. It was made by one guy, basically. It's one of those. It's one of the very early games in that wave of very cool indie titles that we got. The soundtrack is gorgeous. Ah, it takes me back. Speaking of soundtrack, I'm going to turn it down a little bit. That's probably about right. Yeah, check it out. It's really, really beautiful. I think it might have been a project, you know, like like someone's final project for their degree in video game design. Yeah, August 2008. It was on Xbox first. So the PC version came out a little bit later. But yeah, it's a guy called Jonathan Blow. Self-funded. It was a 3-year project. And it is a personal critique of contemporary trends in video game development. It is a really, really cool idea. It's like a little essay on deconstructing trends in video game design. But before I say too much, let's just get going. I'll read a little bit of this because it's kind of flavor. Part 2. Well, it's World 2. Time and Forgiveness. Bear with me, guys. I promise. The action is coming. But there's a little bit of atmosphere that needs to be established first. Tim is off on a search to rescue the princess. She has been snatched by a horrible and evil monster. This happened because Tim made a mistake. Not just one. He made many mistakes during the time they spent together all those years ago. Memories of their relationship have become muddled, replaced wholesale, but one remains clear. The princess turning sharply away, her braid lashing at him with contempt. He knows she tried to be forgiving, but who can just shrug away a guilty lie, a stab in the back? Such a mistake will change a relationship irreversibly. Even if we have learned from the mistake and would never repeat it, the princess's eyes grew narrower. She became more distant. And this is the key. This line here, this sums up what the game is about. Our world, with its rules of causality, has trained us to be miserly with forgiveness. By forgiving too readily, we could be badly hurt. But if we've learned from a mistake and become better for it, shouldn't we be rewarded for the learning rather than punished for the mistake? It's an interesting idea. What if our world worked differently? Suppose we could tell her, I didn't mean what I just said. And she would say, it's okay, I understand. And she would not turn away. And life would really proceed as though we'd never said that thing. We could remove the damage, but still be wiser for the experience. Tim and the princess lounge in the castle garden, laughing together, giving names to the colourful birds. Their mistakes are hidden from each other, tucked away between the folds of time, safe. So this one here is the idea. We could remove the damage, but be wiser for the experience. This is the thing that video games do, right? And it references Mario very heavily, in case you hadn't already guessed it. Very familiar controls, up, down, space to jump. It's not really that important. Or maybe it shouldn't be that important, but the design and the music are gorgeous, right? And it's very sweet and very clever. It's fiendishly clever at times. So the principle is this. If I hold shift, my character goes into reverse. If I stop holding shift, it goes back to normal time. So it's that principle of learning from a mistake. But without... So you get the good consequences of the mistake, but not the bad. Double jump required to get that one. Seriously, the soundtrack to this game is one of the ones that I can just throw on. It is a bit Muzaki, like a bit repeated. But it works so well, it works super well. Vezok and I were talking about this the other day. Alright, let's just power through some of these levels to show... It's not a tutorial, but it's showing us a couple of basic principles. Okay, we need that guy to survive. And here's a weird mechanic in the game. As you progress through, you like complete these little puzzles. We don't really have enough to do anything with yet. There we go. There's one. But I happen to know there's a thing we can't solve here until we go to the next level. So yeah, one guy did this. It took him a few years. It's got... Yeah, well... Very basic, familiar tropes, right? He was on a trip to Thailand, and he started development work as soon as he came home, basically. So it was a version of the game was finished in 2005, and he took it to various indie games festivals, and he won several awards for it, and that's how he got the funding to, you know, to pay an artist and a composer to turn it into a real product. It's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, it's an exploration, it says here in the description, of space, time, and causality. How's the volume? Is it a bit loud still? If there's like actual puzzles, I would throw this game out the window, even if it is digital. I don't know, man. The way that it builds up... Whoops. The way that it builds up in terms of complexity is... Fuck's sake. I should move, so I'm using two different hands. Yeah, that's better. See, I just missed that jump. I can just wait. Prince of Persia kind of do the same thing, right? But you can pull off these really slick moves if you manipulate time and timing to your advantage. Volume level is good. Excellent. Right, so the piece that we just got contained, if you look top right, this thing here. A little part of a table. So we can now use this. That might not work. No. We basically need this guy to jump down here. Alright, now we move the table and down he comes. Very, very basic stuff. And now we can get that. And now we can use the same trick to... That should be enough. God, the animation, everything about it is just really, really nicely done. Oh, come on. Oof. Vezok, when I was 7 to 10 years old, I was gifted a 500-piece puzzle box. I see. I see where this is going. I may or may not have burned it after rage quitting. I'm way more calm now, fortunately. The importance of proper mental health care, guys. Please take it seriously. Right, so it ramps up in difficulty very, very quickly. Ah, not quite right. What we need to do is to get the little monster dude over to the left here. Perfect. Then we can use him. Bonk. And to do that one over there, we need to we need to do that. So if you look at the fuse on the left there. No. Went a little bit too early. There we go. That is like nailing that jump without the rewind mechanic would be such a fucking pain. But, you know, it turns what could easily just be, well, that's just a way to make the game easier. It turns it into a way to make the game way harder and more interesting. And here we go, here's a nice little tribute. this is not a long game. If you ever see it on offer, it's called Braid, by the way, B-R-A-I-D. They did an anniversary edition just about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago. You spot the Mario reference, right? And that means we're done. We can now assemble this. And there we go. So it looks like the guy had a relationship to drink. You can see the princess or whoever she is. It's not clear whether the princess is supposed to be taken literally, that it's a lady that he's after, or if this is just the pursuit of things. Things that we want that maybe we don't realize. You know, be careful what you wish for, kind of thing. Now this is the next mechanic. Each world introduces a new mechanic. One is the green thing. The green things are immune to time reversal. They are consistent. Whatever you do to time doesn't affect them. So if I rewind, the key comes with me. It's weird. And now if I rewind again, this thing stays unlocked. There's nothing I can do. If I decide, shit, I want to use the key for something else, can't do it. It's broken now. There's nothing. This is immune to our time messing around. Is it all making sense so far? So that allows me to get in there before that that door closes. It's all very basic, but each one of these worlds gets like exponentially more complicated. If you like fiendishly smart games, that is very much what this becomes by the end. And you can see one cannons blowing like little cloud bridges. Don't even ask. But one of them is normal, one of them is immune to time manipulation. So if I reverse, the green one keeps moving, and yeah. I think I'm too stupid for this game. That's the beauty of it. It makes you feel stupid at first, and then it makes you feel so smart and satisfied. Great example of what you can do with difficulty in a video game. So again, you see the green one just carries on. It's very basic video game principles, right? We give you a tool that does A. Now see if you can figure out how to use it in this very specific situation. It reminds me of Portal in a lot of ways, you know? It gives you this gun, which does something absurd. Now this little guy comes down. My key, bitch. But yeah, look at the background. Zdenya, are you still here? I was wondering if this reminded you at all of the later levels in Axis Unseen, where everything is red and gold. I don't know if you've got that far yet, or if Zdenya is still here. Vezok, I don't like platformers. Platformers aren't my favorite either, I've got to say. But this one is just so wonderfully clever. Hell yeah, I am. Do you know at all what I mean? Like the aesthetic of that background, not the foreground, but just the incredibly oversaturated forest scene behind us, with what looks like rain, but is a little bit too thick to be rain. There's a later area in the Axis Unseen which is very much like this. Sort of swampy and autumnal. So I think now we need to do this. Wait there for a moment, then hop down. Very weird, right? It's such a mindfuck. I love it. And luckily, because that puzzle piece is also glowing green, see the one we just picked up? Means that when we rewind time, it doesn't, we don't lose it, it stays with us. But yeah, that's, in principle, that's the entire game. But it gets unbelievably complicated very fast. And there are quite a lot of nasty enemies as well. Like, I don't know why they're bunny rabbits, but these things are fucking horrible. Yeah, look at that. Just look at that thing. Is it terrifying? It's like the bunny from Monty Python. So what we need to do here is... let this guy come down. Alright, we can kill you if you want. We need that monster to make it across. There we go. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Xenia, awesome. Like this bit in particular. It's gorgeous. They updated that for the anniversary edition. It's much more... Oh, jeez. It is much more animated and atmospheric than it was. But right now, these bunnies are mostly here to to establish what they do. Later on, they become much more of a pain in the ass. Well, that's lucky. Wait, normally these are coming way too fast for us to be able to get through. Nah, that's a bad idea. But if you wait till the two cannons are hitting each other, then only every other cannonball will get through. And we can do this. Just. So yeah, that was just blind luck that I got it lined up without even trying. Yeah, you can't fuck this one up. Basically, I'll just show you guys. So there is a see that green platform coming up? If I rewind, then that will block the long platform, the horizontal platform, from moving across. As you can see there, they've hit each other. So I need to exit and go back in and immediately not make any mistakes. Because if I use rewind, it won't work. Fudge. Yeah, I fucked it up. It's not that difficult, I'm just making little mistakes here. Oh, god damn it. Getting too greedy. But yeah, this will happen a lot later, that you need to reset things in the game quite a lot. Oh, come on. That's so not fair. I'm pretty sure I'm right about the way to do this. I haven't played this in a while, actually. And I didn't have the chance to do a lot of it yesterday. So I need... It's that bunny. I keep missing it. The little bunny rabbit is in there. What? Alright, this time. To be fair, I could just wait here until it's definitely through. That's probably the safest thing to do, isn't it? Then after that, it doesn't matter. There we go. There we go. Nah, I knew that was gonna happen. Alright, gotta time that jump perfectly. No. Finally. That wasn't even a difficult one. Just took me a while for some reason. Okay, now this is the principle we were talking about earlier. That the green is not reversible, but the key was not green, so that gate will stay closed. And now with this one, I think I need to ignore this key up here. I think there's a green key somewhere else. I don't need to grab that. Yeah, so later on there are regions of time moving more slowly than others. Hey, Vezok. So this will now come back up with us. But yeah, you get like a ring that makes time move slowly in some areas than others. Oh my god, just a nightmare. And that was a really stupid thing to do. Yeah, it's completely fucked it. Oh well. Meow counters in the single digits, unacceptable. Hey, look, these little guys are still coming. They want to hang out. Meow. Right, what's going on here then? Vezok's least favorite part. Something going on here. There we go. Nearly done. Nearly done with World 3. Like I said, not a long game. Boss fight. Oh, come on. What I need is to land on the key. Yeah. So to come back up with me. No. Whoops. This is actually very, very easy. At first it looks much more complicated than it is. But you're basically just keeping these chandeliers dropping so they can hit him multiple times. There he is, dead. And so am I. But yeah, very cute game, right? With interesting, sort of crazy mechanics going on. Reminds me a lot of Portal. In that way. Okay, so I just need to go back to the second last level. We should be able to do that. This game would make me rage, you think so? It's so cute. Oh no, you can't go back. No, I can't get back. Alright, never mind. Whereas I'd rather play chess against a grandmaster until I win than do this. Oh, you can't say that. You're not actually playing it. I'm not a huge fan of games that just make you complete by repetition. Oh yeah, no, I think I remember this one. So I think I need to go very, very fast. Over here. But the idea of the rewind is really fun. And more sophisticated than, say, a Prince of Persia. Which is a really good game, by the way. There have been some really good Prince of Persias. The Sands of Time has been remade like at least twice. Oh, I went too far. Alright. Yeah, likes to play catch. Give me Pug Vet Dungeon any day, but these games I just can't for the life of me cope. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Tell me more. I won't argue. That's not what this is about. Just like lateral thinking. When it's the last thing you want to do. I definitely agree that there are times when you do not want to play a game like this. That's for damn sure. But I love it. Like it just puts a huge smile on my face. That's why I wanted to put it in here. Look, it's a game that does something different. That's perhaps what I should be focusing on here. So one of the things we've wanted to talk about throughout Gamesfest is games that do something different. Something different or interesting. And it definitely is that. It's very different. Very cool. And this is the next sort of mechanic Whoops. Where you kill yourself. This will raise this platform, which makes us... Whoops. It will make us immune to time changes as well. Oh my god, just... And the fun thing is you can reverse the mistake very, very quickly. It's not like a lot of games that do this. They make you do it all the way from the start again. So now we can rewind to the very beginning of the level. And if you look at the left side of the screen, that gate should now go up. And if I'm good, which I will fail this, I'm sure. Yeah, look at that. If I'm good, I can get over there before the gate closes. Oh, just. I'll give Frodo a chance. Looks fun. Yeah, Ewok. It is a weird game, but like in the same way that we talked about, Knights of the Old Republic wasn't just a cash-in. BioWare and LucasArts tried doing something really cool, and they tried really pushing, alright, what is that kind of RPG that BioWare has made? How can we take that and really up it in every way? Make it cinematic, make it feel really alive, a breathing world, and give it all the technical stuff that's going to make it come to life. And what do we get as a result? The Mass Effect series. Like, make no mistake, it's one led to the other. What did we talk about with Gabe Newell? And this is right back at the beginning. I know this is 42 days ago, guys. But right back at the beginning of Gamesfest, we were talking about the first Doom and Gabe Newell working on the first Half-Life and all of that stuff. The idea of reactivity and what that did for the industry and all these things. I'm not saying Braid belongs up there with these games. Most of you haven't even heard of it, so clearly I can't really make that claim. But in terms of people trying to and willing to innovate in video games, I think this is fucking immense. Really great work. And it's one guy. Don't forget that. Just one dude. Not gonna lie, the soundtrack is part of the reason I love it. He did great by getting such an awesome composer. Reminds me of Mario a lot. Yeah, it's clearly a tribute to Mario. The princess in another castle, all of that stuff. I think that's him acknowledging the debt. And also playing on a trope in a funny way. Getting too cocky. So this time, do not reverse time. Leave it. Last time I reversed and I fucked it up for myself. I like that it does that as well. If you break it, you break it. And now we're done. Now we've finished World 3. You may have noticed that it starts at World 2, 3, 4. World 1 is the last one. Which is a very Coheed and Cambria school of video game design. Yeah, we already did this. In fact, I don't need to redo this. You can just do that. The game is fine. I don't like the actual puzzle. I see, Vezog, yeah. But yeah, I totally understand why a particular game that we don't enjoy or just a type of gameplay can be triggering. I find it a little bit uncomfortable to play, like, my right hand is over the arrow keys right now. and my left hand and thumb is on the spacebar. But that's not how I play video games. I just got like a bunch of messages from Maya basically saying, I want to go home. Oh, she misses you guys. And probably me a little bit as well. And Ewok, if they have Skyrim on Switch, surely this should be there as well. Yeah, honestly, unless you know for a fact you hate games that give you a little thinking to do, which, you know, I don't think anyone really does, but unless you know you have a real aversion for a certain type of game, yeah, keep an eye out for this when it goes on sale, and it will. It's called Braid, and if nothing else, to support the whole indie game scene. You know, if this had come out, it didn't have quite the Balatro level of craze about it, but I think it could have been even bigger if it had come out later. Whereas, as it is, this is a darling of, like, video game critics. So, one of the things he wanted to do, and this is, I've got this from Wikipedia, I'll just be honest. I'll just show you how this one works. This new world that we're in, time moves forward when you move forward, and it goes backwards when you go backwards. Including the music. And even the snowflakes in the background. Isn't that crazy? Crazy. That's what I mean. Like it builds on all of these things one by one. All right. So Jonathan Blow, the guy who made this, one of his design goals was to achieve gameplay innovation naturally through the artistic expression of the game. So it's, you know, it's not just a new thing that we can do, but it makes sense within the confines of the gameplay or the story or whatever. He used Rod Humble's The Marriage as an example. So then Humble set out to make a game that related his feelings of being in a marriage, instead of developing the game concept first and adding the story later. You think about what it is you want, what the kind of experience you want to create, and design the game around that, not the other way around. Which is a fair point. That is how video games are generally done, right? Space Marine 2, it's like, oh, we have this swarm tech. What can we do with it? Fortunately, a great game still came of that, but and that's really fun. So apparently in this game, The Marriage, there's nothing new in it, but it feels different to every other game. So another concept used for Braid's development was the way it was presented to the player. He recognized that many games present like a complex user interface, and they get in the way of understanding the game. So Braid was supposed to develop like a level of non-verbal communication. It's just supposed to be obvious what you're supposed to do in each moment. You don't need a UI to tell you. Do you know what I mean? And it's brilliantly designed. The crucial rule that you need to know is perfectly explained in here, in this level that we just did. And that tells us everything we need to know to complete the remainder of that world. So, I think I remember the trick here. It's basically you're moving from left to right of the screen, and you're sort of replaying the same encounter over and over. But you can get higher up each time, therefore you can impact things differently. So I can get up there by jumping on this guy. But if I go back again, I will now lose that puzzle piece. So I can't go back to the door. Do I need this guy to be alive? I might do. No, I think I need him to live. So I can't do this. God damn it. I know he kills me. We're just locked in a death spiral. There we go. Hey, Bobby Blaine. Happy to see you playing Braid. This and The Witness are some of my favorites ever. Awesome. They're both wonderful gems, not to be missed. Well, thank you for backing me up, Bobby Blaine. Much appreciated. It's a weird game. It's not for everyone. It's not the ideal thing to play on Twitch. Fully acknowledge that. But I wanted to put in a personal favorite at the end of the raid train. This game I will always think of when I think of like innovative, unexpected things that games have done. And I can't really say any more without spoiling it. But there's a lot more besides the time manipulation that this game does that's clever. Excuse me, what? Oh, no, I needed to take it all the way around. Well, there we go. Yeah, because I'm going the wrong way. Luckily, that puzzle piece is green, so we're all good. You should make an expansion. I honestly don't think he made enough money for that to be like a serious consideration, but... Hey, Bobby Blaine, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Alright, Vezok, think we'll head out for one for the rest of the stream. Hey, Vezok, we're about to raid off, actually. Don't you want to say hi to Biss? But yeah, I think I've shown you guys the main thing. And we don't have time to play the entire game, although honestly, it would only take a couple of streams to do it. Yeah, I can stay to say hi to Biss. Alright. If you got to go like right now, Vezok, no worries at all. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys Braid and encourage you to check it out. It is a ton of fun. Hey, Ewok Leafwalker, thank you very much for the follow. If anyone else has got any follows they're sitting on, by all means, you know, throw them our way. We've got a big party stream tomorrow. That should be a ton of fun. We're gonna get basically shit-faced on stream. That doesn't sound like that much fun, but We'll try to make it. I think the last one we did was terrific. It was really strong. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's a fucking commentary. Whenever games have commentary, I'm so there for it. If you've ever played through Gabe Newell and the Valve team's commentary on Half-Life 2 and Left 4 Dead, that is really interesting stuff. But yeah, so tomorrow, big party stream. That should be a lot of fun. We put a lot of work into it to give you guys a lot of nonsense to throw at us. And yeah, I hope we'll see you there. In the meantime, please remember to follow, as I already mentioned. If you I think that's the secret level back there. When you finish the game, you can go back there and do it. If you are in a position to sub or gift subs or any of that, we are obviously enormously appreciative of all of that. Maybe save it till tomorrow now, because we do have, I think, 35% off all subs tomorrow. That includes gifted subs, because it's a party stream. So please bring that energy, bring some drinks, and if you're in a position, bring the support. We absolutely need it. And thank you very much for today. Thank you for letting me stream Braid to you guys. It is a weird one, and I appreciate even the comments was like, oh my god, this is driving me crazy. It's good to know you guys are like watching and thinking about it and like, would this be for me? I'm just trying to highlight something which is really, really innovative, and every time I play it, or every time I read or hear someone else's opinion on this game, the more impressed I am with the work this guy did. And yeah, I love questioning what good games can be. I love a mainstream shooter. You know, Battlefield 6 launching today. It's today, right? Yeah. So, I love a game like this, don't get me wrong. There's just well-crafted popcorn fun, as you'd say. But I also love a developer or a game that pushes the form forward a little bit. Or sideways, whatever. But in the meantime, thanks Party Parrot. Only if there's a webcam. Ooh. There will be soon. Alright, in the meantime, guys, I'm going to say thank you to Maya, who was here earlier, for being wonderful. She's responsible for this channel. She's responsible for everything that goes on around Ninja Pulls, basically. I'm just the guy with a YouTube channel. Thank you, particularly, everyone, for hanging out today. And there are two more little favors you can do for me. One, stay in the channel. And two, make a load of noise for Bisloba. He's on the Twitch carousel, you know, the front page, when it gives you that carousel of streamers at the top. That's where he is today. So please, please, please stick around and celebrate him. It's a big day for him. And he's a friend of Ninja Pulls, and basically to anyone who wants ESO to be the awesome game that we know it can be, and for the community to rally around it. He's got 1.4k people watching. So let's raid in. He's an awesome guy as well. He brings so much energy, so much positivity, and he's a fucking great PvPer as well. He's just great company. His community's awesome. Not quite as awesome as you guys, but you know, they're right behind. They're right behind. Alright, well, have a lovely, lovely afternoon. Happy Friday, happy weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. Say hello to Biss. Please do me a favor and make a lot of noise in his channel. Let's raid on over. All the best, guys. Take it easy.